Chapter 649. Green copper, mottled with rust. It was only the size of a fist, but it affected everyone's minds, making them all feel incomparably nervous. A green lotus took root on it, only producing 3 green leaves. There was a mysterious meaning to it: Tao to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all things, explaining the great Tao. Why was it like this? This was the question everyone was wondering. Green Emperor passed away, so why was there a similar scene? This was just too similar, making everyone feel apprehensive. An old and gray-haired elder stood in the void, an ancient scroll covering the sky, refining 3,000 great worlds. It suspended above his head, as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future. This was an ancient diagram that could seal the heavens. It possessed immeasurable divine might, and even the endless heavens would tremble because of it. The souls of cultivators were shaken, and many people prostrated themselves in worship. They couldn't endure this, and it was a feeling of innermost fear. A few powerful beings who chased here coughed out blood, suppressed by the awakened emperor weapons fluctuations. Even those as powerful as them knelt down, unable to resist. This was precisely the power of an extreme Tao emperor weapon. Once it awakened, even if it only released a strand of power, it wasn't something the experts of the mortal world could resist. They could only submit. However, right now, Yi Fan and the others were an exception. The 9-Li diagram covered the sky, covering this great world, but it didn't suck them inside. There, the green copper piece suspended above his head. Even though it was covered in rust, looking extremely ancient, even tattered, it suddenly released specks of green multicolored light, flowing over Yi Fan's body. Right now, he didn't suffer too much pressure, still able to walk forward. This was simply a type of miracle. Under the pressure of an extreme Tao emperor weapon, no one could contend against it. Those who made it their enemy would inevitably die. Unless the great ancient emperors revived, there was no power in the mortal world that could resist it. Yi Fan's body hadn't been destroyed, and he could still move, walking forward step by step. This was rarely seen since ancient times. Just how powerful of a physique did one need to be able to do this? It's the green copper piece. Central Continent's supreme treasure, it is operating immortal force on its own to protect its divine body. Everyone was shocked, all of them horrified. They stared at everything with stupefied expressions. This was just too outrageous, too shocking. Since ancient times, there were too many rumors about green copper, but not many people could clearly explain it. Some said it was a fragment of an emperor weapon, some said it was a weapon of the gods. Princess Yuling's small mouth widened in shock. She stood in the void, her black hair like clouds. 9 phoenix hairpins were inserted into her hair, and divine beads hung down, flickering with sparkling immortal splendor. She was worthy of the title of the second most beautiful woman in the central prefecture. Her skin was like snow, her hair was jet black, her eyes were like water, her teeth were white, her neck was slender, and her figure was slender and graceful. She possessed a beauty that could overshadow the moon and put flowers to shame, a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and a country. Why is this happening? The ancestral patriarch of the 9-Li god dynasty frowned. He stood high in the sky and activated his imperial weapon. The divine diagram fell down, causing the ground to sink. Pooh! Yi Fan finally couldn't take it anymore. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and his body swayed. This piece of green copper was only flowing with a bit of green mist after being suppressed. It hadn't recovered yet, so the power it could protect him was limited. At the same time, blood was flowing out of Jizu's mouth. Her face was pale. The divine spring she drank was dyed red and then flowed out again. She was under a terrifying suppression. The 9-Li painting was said to be able to smelt everything. It contained 3,000 great worlds and was the peerless imperial weapon of the mortal world. There was nothing it couldn't kill. At this time, the mighty pressure was enough to kill countless experts. It was only because of the green copper that Yi Fan escaped certain death and didn't turn into ashes. How can this be? Has the green copper piece come back to life? Many people in the sky were horrified. Pooh! On the other side, some powerful cultivators who were too close didn't even have time to make a sound under the terrifying fluctuations of the Imperial weapon. They were turned into human-shaped ashes. Bang! Thousands of cracks appeared on a supreme expert's body. Then, with a loud roar, he shattered under the extreme pressure. People were even more terrified. This wasn't something a human could resist. Finally, Yi Fan was about to leave the ground and be forcefully sucked into the Ninely painting. The green kappa's blue clouds could protect him from being destroyed, but it couldn't be used by him. At this moment, anyone would feel despair. After being suppressed by the extreme Imperial weapon, they would never be able to escape. There was no hope at all unless they could prove their Tao and become an emperor. Use your heart to move the green copper piece. This is the most precious treasure of the Middle Plains. It can exist for eternity and is imperishable through all tribulations. It can suppress immortals to death. Don't give up. Ji Ziyue coughed out blood and activated her magic power. She borrowed the eternal immortal light and poured it into Yi Fan's body. Ziyue, don't activate your magic power. Yi Fan was shocked. Ji family's little moon's condition was bad. She had lost all color of blood, but she was still holding on. It's fine. We can definitely escape. Even the extreme Imperial weapon can't kill us, she said weakly. Between her long eyelashes, her eyes lost all luster and spirit. I can do it myself, Yi Fan shouted. He forcefully pulled Ji family's little moon behind him so that she wouldn't exhaust her vitality. Buzz! The painting of Ninely trembled and ripples as vast as the ocean spread out. The ground within a radius of 500 kilometers was pulverized. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivators there had retreated in fear, not a single one of them would have survived. Even so, many of them didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Among them were dozens of half-step experts and 3 great experts. They couldn't even withstand a single tremble from the Imperial weapon. Yi Fan shouted. Golden blood seeped out of his mouth. Pang Bo and the others in the other avatars were also roaring in pain. All of them were on the verge of shattering. Although the green light from the green copper piece also flowed on the other people's bodies, they didn't have a divine body after all. Thus, they suffered even more damage. Bang! Wu Zhongtian's right arm exploded. Blood, flesh, and white bones fell off from his shoulder. The other parts of his arm were also cracking. Ah, Li Heishui screamed. Half of his body was tattered and was about to melt. Just a trace of the extreme Imperial aura seeped in, and it wasn't something a human could resist. PFFF. Blood splashed out. Lu Ko's forehead was covered in sweat. He was almost cut in half by the Imperial aura. If it wasn't for Yi Fan blocking the shockwave for him, he would have died. Even so, his shoulder was completely shattered. It turned into bone dregs and fell to the ground. The scene was quite horrifying. Jiang Huiran screamed. His internal organs were all pierced. Other than his head, his torso was ruined beyond recognition. He was almost killed. Pang Bo's physique was only inferior to Yi Fan's, but at this moment, he also roared out in anger. He was almost cut in half. The Holy Lord level God Lotus weapon left behind by the old monster king that wanted to possess his body turned into powder and died in his place. Even so, he was almost cut in half. His body was covered in blood. The 9 divine weapons had dimmed and were about to shatter at any time. Yi Fan was both shocked and furious. His friend was in danger, but just this shock was enough to break out of his vision. He had one foot in the gates of hell. Ji Ziyue's situation was the most dangerous. She was seriously injured and couldn't hold on any longer. Under the Imperial aura, she was hovering on the line of life and death. Yi Fan grunted and helped her block the shockwave. She coughed out a few mouthfuls of golden blood and finally escaped death. Of course, it wasn't that he was strong enough to resist the 9 dawn painting. It was because the green light overflowing from the green copper block blocked the Imperial aura that couldn't be resisted by humans. The power that rushed in was only a trace. Buzz. In the sky, the old man's expression was cold. His eyes flickered as he activated the 9 Dawn painting. The world shook violently again, trying to suck Yi Fan in. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shouted. The green lotus in his sea of bitterness took root on the green copper and finally had a connection with him. It blocked the void with the green copper and shook continuously. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and used the sea of bitterness to face the imperial weapon. He blocked in front of everyone and even rushed out of the range of the flowing green clouds. In the eyes of others, this was no different from suicide. No one in this world could use their corporeal body to block an attack from an imperial weapon. It was purely suicidal. Little Yi. Ji family's little moon was about to lose consciousness, but he suddenly woke up and cried out. "Yi!" Pang Bo also shouted. "No, little Yi." Li Heishui and the others' expressions changed. Pfft! Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation broke and golden blood splattered. But what was shocking was that it didn't evaporate. A wisp of the imperial weapon's aura was enough to turn him into dust. But he was only injured and didn't die. Boom! With a light tremble, another piece of green copper flew out from his sea of reincarnation. It was it that broke through this certain death situation. Yi Fan was gambling with his life. He finally forced out that piece of green copper that was submerged in his sea of reincarnation. This piece had a lot of spirituality and had interacted with him before. It had saved his life in the ancient desolate forbidden land and the bronze immortal palace. Clang! With a violent tremble, this piece of green copper flew out. It didn't dissolve the imperial weapon's unparalleled aura and only protected Yi Fan. Then, it collided with another piece of green copper and the sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Outside the boundless void, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe that all of this was real. Why did another piece of green copper appear? Why does he have a second piece? It didn't dissolve the imperial might, but it helped him block this calamity. Heavens, another piece of green copper. Is the Central Plains supreme treasure going to reunite and reappear in the world? Yi Fan was almost crippled. His sea of bitterness was cut open and golden blood flowed all over his body. The sky was resplendent. The imperial might just now was too terrifying. Just a wisp of fluctuation was enough to shatter everything in a radius of 1,000 miles, turning it into a desert and sinking thousands of feet. Little Yi, leave quickly. We can't fight against an imperial weapon of extreme path. Leave while the green copper is protecting us. Little Moon's voice was weak and intermittent. However, she was trying her best to attract the immortal light to replenish Yi Fan's mana so that he would have the strength to escape. Escaping is not a solution. He will keep chasing us. We have to get rid of this dangerous situation while the 2 pieces of green copper are protecting us. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with madness. Under the infusion of magic power from Ji Ziyue, his strength was comparable to that of a holy lord. His entire body was burning with golden blood energy. He raised his combat strength to the limit and went against the heavens. He's crazy. Outside the boundless void, the powerhouses were all shocked to see this scene. Since ancient times, who would dare to clash with an imperial weapon of extreme path? This was like a moth flying into a flame, a matter of certain death. Even a holy lord wielding an imperial weapon wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Because the collision of 2 imperial weapons would most likely cause the earth to sink, and the one who activated them would be destroyed in body and soul. But today, someone dared to go against an imperial weapon with his bare hands. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. He wanted to go against an imperial weapon head-on. Back then, Great Emperor Wu Shi also received an imperial weapon with his bare hands when he was about to become an emperor. He dares to do this too. The Central Plains supreme treasure is damaged and won't attack on its own. It won't be used by him, but he dares to do this. Everyone was stunned. In the sky, Yi Fan's golden blood energy was burning fiercely, illuminating most of the sky. He was like an awakened god of war, going against the heavens. Damn it. The Jili Divine Dynasty's white-haired elder's expression changed. This was because the 2 pieces of green copper truly protected Yi Fan. It was extremely strange that the Imperial weapons didn't obliterate them. At this time, he was controlling the Jili painting and activating all the magic power in his body. He was almost completely exhausted, so he was horrified to face this person who was charging over like a comet without being affected at all. This was something that had never happened before. The 2 pieces of green copper didn't attack, but they protected Yi Fan just like that. They didn't let him suffer any harm as they rushed over. Extreme Dao recovery. The old man roared. Buzz. The sleeping deity in the Jili painting seemed to have sensed something and immediately woke up. The eternal heavens trembled at the same time, and a terrifying pressure surged up to the 9 heavens. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. As expected, he couldn't contend against an imperial weapon of extreme path. He couldn't go forward, and a world-destroying power was awakening, wanting to suppress him. Damned green copper, it's going to sleep again. I can't use it, he said angrily. A feeling of powerlessness welled up within him. The 2 supreme treasures' splendor was about to dim. Boom! The world shook violently. The Jili painting was truly going to revive and frantically absorb the world's essence energy. Yi Fan and the others once again felt a destructive pressure. Oh no! Pang Bo and the others cried out. How could it be like this? However, the first one to cry out in alarm was the Jili Divine Dynasty's emperor-level figure. That old man was incomparably terrified. Hurry and help me, he shouted. However, a peak expert had just appeared in the distance when he turned into a bloody mist. He was immediately evaporated by the Imperial weapon and couldn't approach at all. What happened? Why is the Imperial weapon reviving itself? The amount of energy required is too great. I can't support it. The old man was terrified. In just a short moment, his essence energy was almost sucked dry. No, he cried out in alarm. Then, he did his best to cut off his connection with the Imperial weapon, wanting it to sleep again. I'll risk it. When Yi Fan saw that the other party had a problem and was separated from the Imperial weapon, his eyes flickered with cold light. He was incomparably crazy. He grabbed a piece of green copper and attacked with all his divine power. Pfft! The distance wasn't very far. The old man's essence energy was almost sucked dry by the Imperial weapon. He couldn't defend at all, and his head was smashed to pieces on the spot. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was something that had never happened before. It was simply impossible. Why was the Imperial weapon reviving itself? The person controlling the Imperial weapon had been killed. This was like a fantasy story. The army formula. Unless a saint suddenly attacked and used the legendary army formula to interfere with the Imperial weapon. The Jili Divine Dynasty's emperor appeared in the distant sky, his hair standing on end. However, there were only 2 saints in the present world. One was in the eastern wasteland, and the other was in the western desert. If the crazy old man appeared, he definitely wouldn't act like this. It didn't match his temperament, and he hadn't mastered the army formula. Could it be that the western desert's victorious fighting Buddha had come? Thinking of this, many people felt their hair stand on end. If a saint was hiding in the dark, that would be too terrifying. The Jili painting calmed down. The god within it fell into a deep sleep and floated down to the ground. In the endless void, it was unknown how many experts were nervously watching. They knew that something major was about to happen today. An Imperial weapon might change hands. However, even after a long time, the victorious fighting Buddha still hadn't appeared. The Jili painting fell to the ground, but no one picked it up. At this moment, everyone finally couldn't hold back anymore. They rushed toward the Imperial weapon, and the Jili Divine Dynasty's emperor personally came. Swoosh! A figure moved as fast as lightning. Yi Fan was on the battlefield. He had grasped the row word formula, so naturally, he was the first to rush over. He grabbed the ancient scroll in his hand. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. "All of you, go to hell." He shook the ancient scroll in his hand. Miserable screams rang out, and in an instant, they were turned to dust. They couldn't withstand a single attack from the imperial weapon. Chapter 650. The Gioli painting was a terrifying emperor weapon that could kill all experts in the world. It was the ultimate weapon in the world. At this moment it was grasped in Yi Fan's hand. With a rumble, a wave that could trample over the three realms and destroy all living things rushed out like a tide. Miserable screams could be heard. A group of cultivators in front of him were like scarecrows that were lit on fire. They were torn apart in an instant and turned into ashes. Under the power of an extreme god, even if you were a peerless genius, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Like a chicken or a dog, you would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Nothing would be left. Rumble. The Gioli painting unfolded as if one world after another was moving up and down. It destroyed all living things and the world returned to its original point. The attack power was terrifying to the point of suffocation. This was a terrifying god that couldn't be resisted by humans. No one could defend against it. Those who stood in its way were all crushed into dust in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators could only let out a cry of fear before their names were removed from the world forever. Among them were close to 20 half-step experts and many famous figures. "All of you, die!" shouted Yi Fan. He was truly enraged. He was besieged and suppressed by an extreme weapon. After a narrow escape, he finally succeeded. A large golden ship cracked open, and two powerful beings fell out. Both of them died a violent death at the first moment. A golden ancient pagoda exploded, and another peerless figure fell from the sky. He turned into a pile of broken bones and mud on the spot, and then turned into ashes. With a loud bang, a Holy Lord-level copper lamp exploded. Flames filled the sky and a great figure was killed. Nothing was left behind. Pft, pft, blood shot into the sky. 5 experts were killed by the Gioli painting. They could only let out an unwilling groan or growl before their names were forever removed from the world. The Gioli painting was unstoppable. It was like the revival of an ancient emperor. It had endless power and could destroy any opponent. Even someone as strong as a holy lord was like an ant under its power. Surnamed Xiao, do you want to leave? Yi Fan's eyes were very sharp. When he saw Grand Preceptor Xiao at the end of the horizon, he chased after him using the Xing formula and shook the Gioli painting. Such an extreme Dao Emperor weapon was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Possessing it was akin to controlling the life and death of this great world. It was practically omnipotent. No matter how great a hero you were, if you were enveloped by it, only death awaited you. You couldn't even be considered a bug, and you wouldn't even have the slightest ability to retaliate. No. Grand Preceptor Zhao's expression changed drastically. His entire body started to burn as he ignited his source energy. He turned into a beam of light and charged out over 100 miles. However, everything was futile. The 9-li painting covered the sky, shaking with Walala sounds. It immediately unfolded, quickly extending forward. Even an extremely powerful figure who was fleeing for his life couldn't escape the terrifying divine might's range at all. The ancient scroll covered the sky, immediately submerging heaven and earth as it swept over. Pooh! Grand Preceptor Xiao spat out a large mouthful of blood. His torso split into 7 pieces and rushed in all directions. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. He screamed in terror. Life and death were right in front of him. Everything had happened because of his grandson, Xiao Mingyuan. In the end, the entire Xiao family had been dragged into this. Stop. His heart was filled with panic and terror. If possible, he was willing to pay any price in exchange for a hope of survival. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this point, there was no room for turning back. The 9-li painting was like a vast ocean that instantly spread out for hundreds of miles, submerging this part of the world. Grand Preceptor Xiao directly vaporized and was completely evaporated. His spirit also dried up and disappeared forever. In another direction, the Ninely Divine Dynasty's imperial lord chanted an incantation and fled far away like a great rock. He didn't stop at all, temporarily abandoning the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions, searching for enemies. He hated this group of people to the bone. They had caused Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others to be seriously injured. They had caused the Ji family's little moon to be on the verge of death. At this moment, he wanted to kill everyone. Wang Teng, get out here. Finally, Yi Fan found traces of Wang Teng. Hundreds of miles away, he carried the Ninely painting and chased after him. The ancient scroll was like the sky, vast and boundless as it spread out to the horizon. Boom! The golden ancient war chariot flipped over. Wang Teng was like a rolling gourd in the void. The unparalleled extreme Tao divine might was something that even someone as strong as him couldn't withstand. However, it was good that he was far enough away. Hundreds of miles away, he wasn't really affected by the terrifying ripples and was only slightly affected. Even so, he was severely injured and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was almost destroyed, and his whole body was stained with blood. Boom! The Ninely painting spread out like a torrential flood, boundless and boundless. Yi Fan fought in all directions, and no one was able to stop him. The North Arch was severely injured, but he didn't dare to stop at all. Otherwise, those experts would learn from their mistakes and die without a burial ground. Bang! Just a trace of the Emperor weapon's aura from the outermost ripples was enough to flip his golden ancient war chariot over 3 kilometers away. It then crashed heavily into his body. Pfff. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body was cracking. His bones were cracking like beans being fried, almost breaking inch by inch. Boom! One had to admit that the ancient Thearka's weapon was too terrifying. It had boundless divine might, and the Ninely painting was still moving. It spread out in all directions and covered the heaven and earth. At the crucial moment, an ancient Thearka's image appeared on the golden ancient war chariot. It suddenly opened its eyes and helped to block the flood that was sweeping over. However, this ancient arch was also shattered and destroyed. Wang Ting's hair was disheveled as he fled for his life. This was the most miserable time he had ever been in. When had he ever been so severely injured? Even the Saint Lords were apprehensive when they saw him. Wang Teng, go and die. Yi Fan roared as he locked onto Wang Teng. However, he couldn't catch up in a short period of time. Activating the arch weapon consumed too much energy. Even with his powerful physique, the essence energy in his body was about to dry up. Bang! Wang Teng was once again sent flying by the golden ancient war chariot. Dozens of his bones were broken, but his eyes were cold as he chanted the ancient incantation. Boom! The void opened up, and a golden cave appeared. It looked like it led to the supreme heaven realm. The golden ancient war chariot carried him in and was about to disappear. Whoosh! The Ninely painting was activated, and Yi Fan used all his strength to attack. He wanted to make the North Arch stay because he was an extremely terrifying enemy. He was the ruler of the world, and no one would be able to stop him in the future. Pop! The golden cave in the void was shattered. One could clearly see the North Thearka's body contorting and changing shape. His body was stained with blood, and his white bones were visible. However, the golden cave eventually disappeared. No one knew if he was dead or alive. There was no trace of him. No matter if he was dead or alive, the North Arch was beaten up like this. Yi Fan finally vented his anger. Of course, if he could kill him, he would feel even better. At this moment, Yi Fan really couldn't hold on anymore. He was able to display such prowess and Ji Ziu's previous efforts. She gave him boundless magic power that was comparable to a Saint Lord. Right now, Ji Clan's little moon was already half unconscious and on the verge of death. She couldn't transfer any more magic power. Even so, Yi Fan was still very terrifying with the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. He poured the divine spring of life for Ji Ziue and the others. He was also drinking big mouthfuls just to activate the Emperor weapon. This is really fate. All of you, go to hell for me. Yi Fan swept through the enemies and met Wan Chu and a dozen supreme elders from the Zifu clan. They immediately rushed over. Whoosh! Once the 9-li painting was activated, these people's faces turned ashen. They ran for their lives. Divine flames burned on their bodies, and they wanted to burn their origin completely. Ah, miserable cries rose and fell. Under the weapon of the ancient arch, even invincible monarchs had to die, let alone them. Even though they were important figures of the sacred ground, they were like stray dogs at this moment. They were in a state of panic. Screams of terror could be heard. These people were like fallen leaves, falling down and shattering in the sky. All of them died a violent death. At the end of the endless void, many experts saw this scene and felt a chill from head to toe. How could they resist this? The saint body went berserk. The endless Qinling mountains trembled. Who knew how many people would die? Yi Fan was completely crazy. Along the way, countless experts fell from the sky. The sky turned blood red. No one in the central region had a complete corpse. Corpses fell from the sky in the distance. It's you guys, in front, a golden flag fluttered in the wind. A group of people was fleeing. They were the supreme elders of the Gold family, one of their young masters, and a supreme existence. Yi Fan, if you start a massacre like this, there will be no place for you in the world. One of them shouted. He was clearly trying to be tough. Where is the justice of the heavens if I don't kill you guys? Yi Fan rushed over like a gust of wind and shouted, today, even if deities come, I will kill them all. Who cares if they flood the sky? If my friends die, I will overturn the entire central continent. Boom! He shook the Jiuli painting, and this great world almost collapsed. The experts of the Gold family all cried out in fear. Then, like dumplings falling into a pot, they fell down with a pitter-patter. Corpses fell from the sky one after another, including one of their young masters, a supreme existence, and many supreme elders. They all died a violent death. Yi Fan shook again, and these corpses all shattered. Next, the mountain peak below was completely flattened and leveled to the ground. In the distance, there were even more mountains collapsing. Messy trees were uprooted from the ground and broken leaves fell. This was a scene of the apocalypse. And this was only because Yi Fan's magic power was insufficient and he couldn't maintain it. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Who was it that interfered with the imperial weapon and let me take it? Yi Fan was exhausted after killing so many people. He slowly calmed down. Unless it was a saint who interfered with the imperial weapon of the ancient emperors with the 9 secrets of Taoism, no one else could do anything. Could it be that the Western Desert's victorious fighting Buddha has really come? He felt that it couldn't be that crazy old man. At this point, Yi Fan could barely hold on. He used the imperial weapon's power to carve out a bloody path and quickly rushed out of the Qinling mountains. And during this process, the Jiuli painting was still trembling, absorbing his endless essence energy. His magic power flowed out like water, and he felt extremely weak. Not good. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He was about to fall from the sky. Imperial weapon, return. In the distant horizon, the Jiuli dynasty's royal lord and some supreme existences were sitting cross-legged, shouting and chanting an ancient incantation. At the same time, the Holy Lord of all beginnings, the Purple Mansion Holy Lord, the Alcade Holy Lord, the Golden Family Lord of the Northern Plains, the Southern Mountains Demon Lord, the Western Desert Divine Monk, and other supreme existences appeared. They followed unhurriedly. Moreover, there were fluctuations of imperial weapons. Someone was coming with an imperial weapon. Suddenly, a supreme divine might came from the other side. It approached quickly, and a roar rang out. Who dares to hurt my sister? Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled, and an ancient mirror hovered above his head. Behind him, the Ji family's holy lord and 2 other supreme existences were channeling their magic power. Chapter 651. Using godly king source energy to activate the extreme Tao Emperor armament, Void Mirror, this was a terrifying might. The divine king physique had an extremely special talent. With the help of the Ji clan's Holy Lord and the others, it was all revealed. The Void Mirror seemed to have come to life. This was a type of true unmatched might that approached from far away. All those who stood in its way were swept away, as if a star domain was evolving. The entire heavens and 10,000 worlds trembled. All of the Holy Lord level figures were horrified, quickly withdrawing. Big brother. Beside Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked into the distance, weakly calling out to him. Boom! In the distance, another extreme Tao Emperor weapon roared, releasing an aura that could collapse the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was powerful, domineering, and boundlessly terrifying, shocking all the cultivators. Holy Lord of all beginnings, Holy Lord of all Cade, Demon Lord of the South Mountains, Divine Monk of the Western Desert, and other supreme characters all retreated and rushed into the sky. The Emperor weapons were about to clash. This was a world-shaking event. Even ancient saints would fall if caught in the middle. Who is it? Ji Haoyue shouted. He was anxious to save his sister. His long eyebrows were standing on end, and his eyes were like sharp swords as he stared into the distance. However, this Emperor weapon didn't attack. It only stood in confrontation at the end of the boundless horizon. It didn't actually appear and attack. Boom! On the other side, the jewelry painting above Yi Fan's head fluctuated violently. The deity inside seemed to have come to life, trembling on its own. It was like the birth of the universe, the creation of heaven and earth. Chaotic energy filled the air. Buzz! The void collapsed, and a terrifying aura spread out. Primal energy flowed, shocking everyone into retreating. It was as if they were facing a true great emperor. At this moment, the jewelry painting flickered with extremely shocking light. It could refine the 3,000 great worlds and shake the heavens. At this moment, it was coming to life. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Jili Divine Dynasty's emperor weapon was out of control. If not for the 2 pieces of green bronze beside him, he might have been turned to ashes. Emperor weapon, return. Loud shouts came from the distant horizon. At the same time, there was a kind of ancient sacrificial voice. It was vast and mighty, unhurried and intimidating. Damn it! Yi Fan was alarmed. He grabbed the emperor weapon tightly and didn't let go. In a flash, he struck towards another part of the sky where the emperor weapon was confronting Ji Haoyue. Crazy. At the limits of the endless void, all those who saw this scene were horrified. If the 2 emperor weapons truly clashed, then it would be a catastrophic result. Millions of Qinling mountains would cave in, destroyed in an instant. Extreme Tao emperor weapons were rarely used in a confrontation, normally used to intimidate others. If they truly clashed, then that would be an unimaginable disaster. Corpses would flow for millions of li, blood flowing like rivers. It would be a terrifying great chaos. Ji Haoyue's eyes flickered. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He strode forward and actually cooperated with Yi Fan's attack. 2 emperor weapons came out at the same time, suppressing one at the same time. This was a divine might that made people tremble. All the sacred masters couldn't help but be terrified, and they all kept quiet out of fear. This part of the world was about to collapse. A formless pressure swept out. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be suppressed. Everything trembled under the emperor's might. Boom! In the distance, the unknown emperor weapon finally retreated. It couldn't really collide with the 2 emperor weapons, especially when it was facing someone like Yi Fan who was bloodshot, as well as the divine monarch physique with high battle intent. You guys dare to injure my younger sister? Ji Haoyue roared. The blue sea behind him surged into the sky. A bright moon slowly rose and merged with the ancient mirror. A strand of extreme Tao emperor's might shot out. In front of him, a group of cultivators cried out miserably. All of them were turned into bloody light and turned into dust, disappearing from this world. There were experts from various sects among them, but Ji Haoyue didn't care at all. Just like Yi Fan, he killed all of them. And you guys? He roared in another direction with a terrifying gaze. You dare to injure my younger sister? Do you think there's no one left in the Ji clan? The people on the other side didn't have a small background. They were a group of experts from the Central Prefecture's Yinyang sect. They had escaped a calamity before, and now, they encountered Ji Haoyue's group. At this moment, Yi Fan was already exhausted and couldn't use the emperor weapon. However, Ji Haoyue was like a ferocious tiger at his peak. With the support of a supreme existence behind him, his bravery was boundless. Buzz! The void mirror shook and shot out a blazing divine light. This group of experts from the Central Prefecture's Yinyang sect, including the two supreme existences, all cried out in fear. No! However, it was already too late. The terror of the void mirror surpassed their imaginations. The divine light shot out and everyone turned into wisps of smoke. Not even ashes were left behind. This was a very serious consequence. The Yin-Yang sect was, after all, one of the few supreme sects in the Central Prefecture. Ji Haoyue actually killed a group of people just like that. This was a declaration of war. If the top power started a war, it would be a very serious matter. Blood would flow like rivers and many people would die. The Ji clan's people are too confident. They even dare to offend a supreme sect like this after coming to the Central Prefecture. People were shocked to find that the Ji clan's holy lord was standing behind Ji Haoyue. Without a doubt, this was a tacit agreement and didn't stop him at all. A holy land with an ancient great emperor's weapon is indeed very domineering. They don't care about these things at all. This is a declaration to the world not to anger the Ji clan. Otherwise, their anger can burn all strong enemies. That Ji Ziyue's status is probably not below Ji Haoyue's. Otherwise, the Ji clan's people wouldn't be so angry and nervous. What kind of physique does she have? Everyone had this kind of speculation and association. They had already seen that the Ji clan's little moon could borrow the power of heaven and earth. This was simply a kind of miracle. At this moment, there were even more thoughts. Boom! The Jiuli painting's aura was terrifying. Even Yi Fan almost couldn't bear it. He already knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep this emperor weapon, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. It was about to fly away now. Every emperor weapon was alive. Back then, when the many great sects attacked the Purple Mountain where great Emperor Wuxia passed away, there was a holy lord who said that even if an extreme Dao weapon sunk in, there was a way to restrain it. Moreover, just 2 years ago, even Duanda had been robbed of half of the sky-devouring demon jar. In the end, he had used an ancient spell to forcibly take it back. There was no way to keep it. The immortal divine dynasty had controlled the Jiuli painting for more than 100,000 years, maybe even 200,000 years. Naturally, it had already been branded with an irremovable mark. They had a heaven-defying method to summon it back. In addition, the god contained in the painting was refined by the Jiuli divine dynasty's ancestor when he became an emperor. He had long set his sights on this divine dynasty. If an outsider forcibly held it, there would be a great disaster in the future. Unless they used a supreme secret art to suppress it with another extreme Dao emperor weapon and completely subdue it, the wielder would definitely die or be sealed forever. No, I can't let it fly away now. Yi Fan felt that he had to wait until he was in a safe place before letting go. Otherwise, he might be hunted down with an emperor weapon. On the other side, when Ji Haoyue saw the weak Ji Ziyue, he became even more enraged. He shouted, "Do you really think there's no one left in the Ji clan? How dare you injure my sister like this?" He used the power of the ancient void mirror to attack forward. The emperor weapon shook, and the power spread for thousands of miles. The people of the Jiuli divine dynasty were all frightened and quickly retreated. Boom! A blazing light flickered, and at least 100 people turned into a mist of blood. Among them, there was no lack of experts from the 100 sects and the Jiuli divine dynasty. Everyone's hair stood on end. It was useless to hide at the end of the void. They couldn't stay here anymore. The G clan actually dared to act like this. Separated by thousands of miles, more than 100 experts had died a violent death. This was a terrifying disaster. It seems that the G clan's little moon is the lifeblood of their race. This has touched their nerves. Damn it, are they crazy? They attacked without caring about the price like the Saint Fiziki fan. They're simply sweeping up the aftermath for him and harvesting another life. Many people were scared, but there were also those with discerning eyes who could see the depths of the situation. Ji Haoyue and the Saint Lord didn't chase after the various sect masters. Instead, they were just sending some kind of signal. But this was enough. It was truly shocking. Freeze. Yi Fan gripped the Jiuli painting and roared with all his might. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared as he operated the army formula, wanting to forcefully control this imperial weapon. At the same time, he took out 2 pieces of green copper, one in front and one behind, to block the Jiuli painting. A misty blue mist flowed out, cutting off the summons from the outside world. Otherwise, even if he had grasped the 9 secrets of Taoism, he wouldn't be able to control this imperial weapon. The army formula wasn't omnipotent. It still depended on one's cultivation. After all, he wasn't an ancient saint. He didn't have that kind of omnipotent divine power, so he couldn't truly seize the imperial weapon. But the radiance from the green copper cut off the summons from the outside world. Everything was different now. Oh no. At the end of the horizon, the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor who was sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly stood up. The other imperial elders also opened their eyes, looking incomparably shocked. Build the sacrificial altar and awaken the deity within the imperial weapon. Ordered the emperor of the Jiuli Divine Dynasty. A black sacrificial altar made of dragon crystals appeared. There were blood-red patterns on it, and it emitted a strange fluctuation. Everyone stood on it and chanted an ancient mantra in unison. Boom! In the distance, Yi Fan couldn't control it anymore. The Jiuli painting awakened, and as if piercing through the ancient worlds, it suddenly soared into the sky. If not for the 2 pieces of green copper beside him, he, Pang Bo, and the others would have died a violent death. Not even their bones would be left. The imperial weapon had flown away on its own. The consequences were very serious. Almost in a breath's time, a huge pressure covered the sky and earth, like an endless river of stars falling down, suffocating everyone. The Jiuli painting and the other hidden imperial weapon came together to confront the void mirror. The situation had been reversed. At this moment, the Ji family's sacred lord finally spoke. He said in a deep voice, "My Ji family has never been afraid of trouble. Do you really think you can suppress us with just 2 imperial weapons? A battle between extreme Dao Emperor weapons. If it was a life and death struggle, the entire Central Prefecture's western region would collapse." Everyone was fearful and fearful. "Sacred Lord Ji, why do you have to do this? Your little girl was just dragged in by accident. You can just take her away." "But Yi Fan can't leave. He killed too many people. He needs an explanation," someone said telepathically. "That's right. He has the ultimate treasure of the middle ground on him. He can't take it away. We won't be greedy. Invite everyone here and we'll decide together," someone else said. With so many people watching, no one could take the 2 pieces of green copper for themselves. However, they could openly keep them and slowly decide who they should belong to. In short, they wouldn't belong to Yi Fan anymore. They couldn't be controlled by him anymore. Before long, many sect leaders of the middle ground arrived. The demon lord of the South Mountains, the divine monk of the West Desert, and the sacred lord of the Eastern Wilderness had also arrived. Most of them didn't say a word. In the end, the Purple Mansion's sacred lord and the sacred lord of all beginnings spoke up one after another. Yi Fan killed the innocent. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. He should be executed. There's no need to let him live. They expressed their opinions one after another. As sect leaders of immortal legacies, their words carried great weight. Yifan's murderous heart is too strong. If he stays, the world will be stained with blood in the future. Someone from the Jiuli god dynasty also spoke up. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Another type of extreme Tao pressure descended, boundless and endless, spreading out in all directions. Many mountain ranges immediately turned into ashes. Do you really think you can command the world with 2 imperial weapons? The Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King arrived. They held the chaotic green lotus in their hands and pressed down. More than the imperial weapons? In the distance, another terrifying pressure descended. It was especially frightening. As soon as it appeared, a murderous and domineering aura rushed out. The heavens and the earth, the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, everything bowed down beneath its feet. It was as if an ancient great emperor had been revived. All the worlds trembled. The blind old man arrived. Duanda followed beside him. Their imperial weapons merged into one, forming a heaven-devouring demon jar. It was especially terrifying. This was something that had never happened before. The gathering of 5 imperial weapons was shocking. If they really fought, the western region of the Middle Ground would most likely sink and disappear forever. Chapter 652. The weapons of the ancient great emperors were confronting each other. There were a total of 5 weapons. This was something that had never happened before. If they all came back to life and collided, the result would be unimaginable. The central plains would sink in and even disappear forever. This was definitely not an alarmist talk. It was very likely to happen. Do you really think that you can command the world just because you have 2 emperor weapons? The blind old man rolled his eyes, no longer looking outwards. They were bright and full of expression as he sneered. Now, 3 emperor weapons against 2 emperor weapons. They had the absolute advantage. There was nothing to be afraid of. Do you really want to go to war? There has never been a battle between 5 emperor weapons since the Desolate Era. If it really happens, there will be a few holes in the sky. The emperor of the 9 god dynasty spoke. This is your fault. Can you blame others? The Peacock King said coldly. His appearance was elegant and otherworldly, but he had a domineering aura. The green copper is the supreme treasure of my central plains. Outsiders can't take it away. It's useless even if you have 3 emperor weapons. Don't think that the central plains only has 2. The person in the dark spoke. His tone was unyielding. Boom. The blind old man activated the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. A strand of the power of an extreme Tao weapon erupted. It was like a million volcanoes erupting, pressing forward with incomparable unyieldingness. You said you want to keep the person and the green copper peace, but you still want to threaten us? His voice became louder and louder. In the end, it was like the rumbling of thunder from the 9 heavens. You don't even need to think about the person. If you want the green copper piece, find it yourself. You want to rob it now? Dream on. The Crimson Dragon Daoist's words were resounding. Both sides were furious and unyielding. They didn't have any intention of backing down. The 5 emperor weapons had come back to life. This kind of aura made this land seem like hell. A few terrifying fluctuations rippled out like a tsunami. Those without emperor weapons were like duckweed in the raging sea, their hearts pounding. Ji family's holy lord, what do you have to say? The people of the 9 god dynasty asked. Someone wants to kill my clan's outstanding disciple. We can't let this matter go, the Ji family's holy lord said calmly. I think you have killed enough people, right? The person in the dark spoke coldly, carrying a terrifying fluctuation. It's not enough. Old Blind continued, glancing at Yifan a few times and seeing the heavily injured Li Heishui and the others. He said, do you want to kill us all? Do you think we, the 13 great bandits of the north, are useless? They want to kill all of our descendants. The more he spoke, the colder his voice became, completely different from his usual self. In the end, it was as if he was roaring, this isn't over. You dare to kill the successor of the Azure the Arch? The Peacock King shouted as well. The demonic arch weapon in his hand emitted a jade-green light that soared into the sky, and the primal chaos mist pervaded the air. Then are we really going to fight? The person in the dark said unyieldingly, not backing down at all. Why would I be scared of you all? At worst, I'll just sink Central Continent. The Crimson Dragon old Taoist walked up, his voice rumbling like a golden bell, resounding and powerful, his words terrifying. Destroy the Central Plains? There wasn't a single person in the distance who wasn't horrified. The ultimate revival of Emperor weapons could definitely accomplish this, even stars in outer space could be hacked down. Now, the situation was out of control, already seriously breaking away from everyone's grasp. Now, none of the great powers relaxed, all of them unyielding. This was going to bring down a great disaster. Don't you all think about the future? If a great battle breaks out, what kind of consequences will there be? An expert from Central Continent's side transmitted sound. What can happen in the future? Today, we will decide life and death, a confrontation between extreme Tao weapons. If you don't agree, then fight until the heavens collapse and earth rend, life and death up to fate. The Peacock King said. Hong. It was unknown who took action first, but the divine might of the ancient great emperors revived, covering heaven and earth, vast and mighty for thousands of li, submerging this Qinling mountains. Every inch of space trembled. Hong. Several emperor weapons revived, piercing through the heavens like great pangs soaring 90,000 li. The divine might of the ancient great emperors reappeared, as if they pierced through the past, present, and future. 2 emperor weapons against 3 emperor weapons, defeat is inevitable. In the distance, everyone was alarmed, continuously retreating. They couldn't stay in this place for long. Perhaps a 6th emperor weapon will appear. Someone guessed. Hong. Sure enough, everyone's speculations came true. A great dragon swept over, the dragon's sword unmatched, crushing all ages. It appeared on the battlefield, its offensive energy peerless. The Tai Imperial sword appeared. After all, they came from the Central Continent, and after receiving a request for help, they took action at the crucial moment to resist the 3 emperor weapons from the eastern wastelands. Both sides' strength was now on the same line. 6 emperor weapons appeared at the same time, and they were all reviving. This shocked the present world, the past, and the future. This was a world-shaking event with incomparably far-reaching effects. When the 6 emperor weapons appeared together, all types of great emperor auras surged, as if 6 great emperors were reviving. Terrifying energy fluctuations suppressed the Qinling Mountains, sweeping towards the Central Continent. Dong! In the end, the heavens were blasted apart, and a terrifying hole appeared, piercing into outer space. None of them were great emperors, nor were they holy spirits, so they couldn't completely release the divine might of the emperor weapons. However, despite this being the case, it still exceeded everyone's imagination. 6 streaks of light rose together, entering outer space. At this moment it was unknown just how many people in the Central Continent's great lands were overwhelmed with shock. They all gazed towards the western region. This type of aura shocked all of the peak characters. Even if one was far away, as long as one's strength was great enough, they would definitely be able to sense the aura of the ancient great emperors. Divine might surged, as if an ancient emperor was reviving. In the eastern wasteland, a tall figure with disheveled hair stood at the peak, gazing into the distance. He didn't say anything for a long time. In the western desert, within an ancient temple, a sacred ape wearing a kasaya pushed open the dilapidated door of the temple that had been sealed for 1,000 years. He walked towards the edge of the cliff, lost in thought as he gazed towards the Central Continent. Within the 5 great regions, the immortal inheritances, holy lands, divine dynasties, ancient temples, and divine halls were all shaken. The strongest experts of the ancient races suddenly woke up, and their divine senses gazed towards the Central Continent. At this moment, the world was shaken. The strongest experts were all shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified as they gazed towards the Central Continent's Qinling Mountains. The aura of the ancient great emperors. If the 6 emperor weapons really collide, it will be comparable to a great dark upheaval. Who knows how many lives will suffer, and the central continent will be torn apart. Are we really going to fight? We will all become sinners for all eternity. Someone from the Jiuli divine dynasty spoke. All of this was caused by you all. Peacock King said. Their forcefulness was only for the sake of forcing their opponents to submit, but if they really fought, they would all hesitate. No one could endure this kind of disaster. It was because it was rumored that in the ancient times, if they really wanted to fight with Emperor weapons, they would normally choose to fight in outer space. Otherwise, the great Earth would be destroyed. However, they were all saints from the ancient era. Only people with their cultivation could leave this world and head to the outer realms. There were many barren lands that had been flattened by Emperor weapons, and it was easy for a vast region to be wiped out. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't fight a great battle without any regard for the consequences. Dong! Terrifying fluctuations spread out. The 6 Emperor weapons resisted each other, but in the end, they didn't dare to strike down. At this critical juncture, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel restraining fear. Kill the sacred body, leave behind the green copper piece, and we will pretend that nothing has happened. The hidden person spoke. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Just kill Yi Fan, and everything else can be discussed. Holy Lord of all beginnings spoke. He didn't have an emperor weapon, but he was still the lord of a holy land. His words carried great weight. That's not right. Why do we have to kill the sacred body? A powerful figure from the Jiang clan said. The Wind clan lord also objected. The demon lord of the South Mountains, the divine monk of the West Desert, the giants of the Northern Plains, and the other holy lords of the Eastern Wasteland were also standing at the end of the void, watching everything from an endless distance. They all had great backgrounds. At this point, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. In front of everyone, he poured divine spring water for Li Heishui and the others to heal their injuries. Walk out, don't look back. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was hard to tell if it was male or female. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He wanted to walk out, the 2 pieces of green copper hanging above his head, flowing with green light and smoke. You still want to leave? The Purple Mansion Holy Lord's cold voice came from afar. Holy Lord of the Ji clan, bring your little girl back. Otherwise, we might accidentally injure her, the Jiuli God Dynasty Lord said coldly. Blind old man, Red Dragon Taoist, bring your juniors away as well. Otherwise, there will be a misunderstanding, the hidden person also said coldly. Clang! Suddenly, the Tai sovereign's sword pierced through the sky, and the Jiuli painting trembled violently. Another sovereign's sword also broke through the void. Who is it? Everyone was terrified by the 3 immortal legacies. Someone was interfering with the sovereign weapons. This was too frightening. To be able to do this, it had to be a saint. Moreover, it was likely that this person had mastered the army formula and could control all the weapons in the world. This was a great threat to them. Which senior is here? The 3 factions were all scared. They weren't worried that the extreme Dao weapons would be taken away, because they could still summon them back. In fact, if they were careful, even an ancient saint wouldn't have a chance. However, the situation was too delicate. The other 3 sovereign weapons were threatening them. If another ancient saint jumped out, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Buzz! The extreme Dao weapons moved. The Jiuli painting, the Tai sovereign sword, and the others all leaped up. Although they were on guard and the other party couldn't take them away, it was still very unstable. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed out like a beam of light. The people of the 3 divine dynasties watched helplessly. They didn't dare to use their extreme Dao weapons and let him escape into the distance. Cough. Yi Fan heard a cough that was extremely familiar. There was a voice that sounded by his ears, saying, I'm old, struggling at death's door until now is already a miracle. After taking action twice, I don't have any strength left. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. There really was a saint here in the Qinling Mountains, but his body was in trouble. It seemed like he didn't have much time left. Let's go. That voice came again. Could it be him? Yi Fan used the row formula and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the distance. His speed was shocking, like a ray of light. Little Yi, are we out? Ji Ziyue opened her eyes weakly and asked. At the end of the endless void, the others didn't know that a saint had intervened. They were all shocked, not knowing why he had suddenly rushed out. You still want to leave now? The divine leader of all beginnings flew over, a group of people behind him. Apart from that, the Purple Mansion's sacred leader also appeared with a group of grand elders and surrounded them. What is the meaning of this? The experts of the Jiang family and the leader of the Wind tribe stepped forward to face the two people from the great sage's side. Boom! Ji Ziyue activated her dermic powers and injected them into Yi Fan. She saw the danger. Ziyue, there's no need to do this. At most, I'll send everyone on their way. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He flipped the myriad qi cauldron over. Cough. I'm fine. Ji Ziyue's face was snow white. Almost instantly, Yi Fan's body was filled with dermic powers. His eyes flashed, and he attacked. Pfft. Bloody light flashed. Yi Fan rushed past, crushing a group of people in an instant. A divine source block fell from the cauldron, filled with killing intent. Ah, the divine leader of all beginnings screamed. Half his body was in tatters, and he fled as if he had seen a ghost. Pfft. The Purple Mansion's sacred leader also wanted to snatch the cauldron, but he also didn't expect something to fall from it. His chest was almost torn into pieces, and he flew for his life. Whoosh! Yi Fan used the cauldron to put away the divine source block that sealed the primordial sage. He leaped over, waved the 9 divine weapons, and killed more than a dozen grand elders beside him. What is that? The Purple Mansion's sacred leader paled, but he realized that Yi Fan was charging over with the row technique. The divine leader of all beginnings came to help. The two powerful experts attacked together, but they were too seriously injured and had lost half of their cultivation. Pfft! Pfft! Yi Fan tore off one of their arms and fled into the distance. He disappeared without looking back. The surrounding experts didn't even have time to react. He was too fast. Chapter 653. This was a snowy maple forest. The ancient trees were connected together, lush and fragrant. Pure white snowy maple flowers floated down one after another, sparkling and translucent. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, like ice flowers dancing in the air. In front of the snowy maple forest was a cemetery. Tombstones after tombstones were engraved with the marks of time, exuding a sense of vicissitudes and heaviness. A gust of autumn wind blew, swaying the ancient trees. Flower petals danced in the air and rustled down. Everywhere was snowy white, bringing with it a sense of desolation and coldness, as if the heavens were shedding tears. Yi Fan walked in the cemetery, step by step. His eyes swept across a few tombstones, but he didn't say a word. The autumn wind blew his black hair, covering his eyes. He stopped in front of a few tombstones. There were familiar names carved on the tombstones. Flower petals fell on the tombstones, adding a sense of coldness to the air. There were 6 tombstones, no more, no less. 6 names were carved on them: Pang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Ko, Jiang Huiran, Li Heishui, and the last one was the grave of Ji Clan's little moon. Yi Fan only stopped for a short while before leaving. He passed through the cemetery and came to a bamboo forest. There were a few thatched cottages here, which was his current residence. 2 months had passed since the Qinling War. He lived in a remote corner, away from the outside world, and cultivated in silence. There was no noise from the mortal world, no disturbance from the secular world. It was peaceful and remote. Unfortunately, it lacked vitality. He could not see the faces of his old friends, nor could he hear their laughter. Only the falling flowers and the silence accompanied him. Yi Fan stood in the bamboo forest, listening to the rustling of leaves and watching the falling flowers gradually wither. He was like a passerby, his eyes as calm as water, untainted by the mortal world. This was a kind of transcendent temperament. Yi Fan lived like this every day. He walked in the mountains, appeared by the mountain springs, and comprehended the nature in silence. The northern birds flew south and gradually disappeared, giving people the feeling that they didn't know where was home and where was home. Another group of northern birds flew south, old friends, he had not deliberately cultivated for the past 2 months, but he had improved very quickly. Perhaps it was time to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Without you by my side, cultivating alone seems to be lacking something. Yi Fan sighed softly. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. Yi Fan never left this place. He sat quietly in the thatched hut, guarding the opposite cliff. Boom! After an entire 3 months, an enormous sound finally rang out. A cliff split apart, and a majestic figure flew out. 9 streaks of divine light pierced through the heavens. The 9 divine weapons weaved about and surged, cutting through heaven and earth. They were like 9 divine phoenixes dancing about, causing the entire mountain region to tremble. The mountains were all trembling. Yi Zi, I'm out. Pang Bo shouted loudly. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was a head or 2 taller than ordinary people. He was strong and robust, and was extremely tall and sturdy. Yi Fan laughed heartily and welcomed him. Have you recovered from your injuries? There's no problem. I've been reborn and am far better than before. Pang Bo opened his mouth and inhaled. The 9 divine weapons turned into 9 rays of light and entered his mouth. His thick black hair danced in the air as he landed on the ground. Pung! On the other side, 4 ancient caves collapsed one after another. Rubble flew into the air, piercing through the clouds and flattening a large area of the bamboo forest. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiran came out one after another and flew out. All of them were brimming with energy. Their injured bodies had completely recovered, and there was a type of metamorphosis. The 6th cave dwelling shook slightly, and then beams of immortal light shot out. With a peng sound, it exploded. Giant rocks flew in all directions, and a purple-clothed girl rushed out. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her purple clothes fluttered. Her figure was slender, and she was like a fairy. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her eyes were filled with spiritual energy. The heavily injured Ji Ziyue also came out. After 3 months of recuperation, her injuries were all gone. She was intelligent and ethereal, and her beautiful eyes were full of mischievous and quick-witted. I've come out. It's so boring. Normally, I hate cultivating in seclusion the most. The 6 of them came out at the same time, full of energy. Compared to 3 months ago, they had improved in every aspect. Their magic power had increased, and their consciousness was condensed. I've set up tombstones for all of you. Go and worship yourselves. Yi Fan smiled. You really have a bad taste. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said. Her skin was as white as ivory, shining with light. Her hair fluttered, and her eyes were like black gems. It's one thing to burn a broken body to ashes, but what tombstone? Little Yi, you really don't know how to do it. Li Heishui also muttered. 3 months ago, the extreme path weapon had awakened in that battle. Even Yi Fan's body had almost split open, not to mention the few of them. At that time, half of their bodies had been turned into meat paste, or a part of their bodies had been shattered. It was a narrow escape from death. Especially Ji Ziyue, her injuries were the heaviest. She kept borrowing the power of the large world, and paid a huge price. She had almost overdrafted her source, and injuries had appeared on her body. She had almost died. Their broken bodies were all buried in a cemetery by Yi Fan, which was why there were 6 tombstones. At their level of cultivation, broken arms and broken bodies could naturally grow back. It was impossible for them to be disabled. When they reached the 4 extreme secret realm, they had the ability to regenerate. Of course, the prerequisite was that their heads and consciousness had not been destroyed. Otherwise, even immortals would be useless. They could only die. They had all been injured by the extreme path weapon, which was equivalent to the Great Tao being severed. It was difficult for them to survive. If they did not have special methods, they would definitely die. However, all of this was nothing to Yifan. He had the divine fruit from the forbidden land of antiquity. He had prepared it for divine King Jiang, but he had not been able to use it. Now that he had used the fruit to heal them, there was naturally no need to worry about their lives. Moreover, they had all been reborn and obtained great opportunities. You've all come out of seclusion. It's time for me to find a place to go through the tribulation, Yifan said. So much pressure. Looks like I should go eat coffin planks, Pang Bo mumbled. He had been reborn again, and it was time for him to break through. How's the outside world? Li Heishui asked. It's probably calmed down after the ruckus. Yifan was very calm. He already knew about this. Why don't we go out and take a look first? Yeah, we've been away from the world for 3 months. We don't even know what's going on outside. 2 days later, the group left the mountains and arrived at an ancient city in the west of the Central Plains. They heard a lot of news as soon as they entered the city. 3 whole months had passed, and the storm from that battle had not subsided yet. It was still a topic of discussion. Cultivators were talking about it in restaurants, and many other places. The battle between the extreme path weapons. These words appeared the most frequently and affected everyone's nerves. Everyone revealed a look of awe when they talked about it. A total of 6 extreme Tao Emperor armaments. They can destroy the stars in the outer realms, overturn the central plains, and cause a great region to sink. So many Emperor weapons, yet they weren't able to stop the divine physique Yifan. He took away the green copper piece. The battle that day could be said to have dyed the skies red. Who knows how many half-step experts died, and even some Holy Lord level figures fell one after another. The Battle of Qinling Mountains was too bitter. Many great figures died. This was a tremendous storm that shook the 5 great regions. Even now, people's expressions would change when they talked about it. It was a world-shocking battle. So many Emperor weapons were mobilized. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Even the great sect's trump cards almost all came out to hurry to the Central Plains west. Rumor has it that many great figures died. Many great sects' eyes are red. Sigh, is there even a need to say this? Who didn't kill until their eyes were red? Too many people died, corpses falling in large amounts. Even more people didn't have their corpses left, evaporated by the extreme path weapons. Yifan and the others shivered inwardly. After they left, for the sake of fighting over the immortal transformation pool and illusory divine marrow in the eternal dragon cave, many great sects fought again. There were countless casualties. In the end, the immortal transformation pool disappeared. The eternal dragon cave sunk into the great earth. That was an ancestral root that could move. It wouldn't stay in one place for too long. Too bitter, corpses piled up like mountains. The sect masters of a region and the most powerful figures were all killed. This was a great battle that many people found hard to forget. No one knew just how many people died, but all of the great powers that participated felt incomparably pained. They lost many experts. It could be said that this was a disaster rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. The sect masters of all sides were either injured or killed. It was truly a rare sight. Speaking of which, the divine physique really is formidable. 6 extreme path emperor weapons were used, yet they weren't able to stop him, instead allowing him to kill so many people, shocking the world. Now, who doesn't know that a divine physique with limitless potential has spread through all sects because of this battle? Even living fossils feel restraining fear. Everyone is predicting that once this child matures and reaches the divine lord level, there won't be many people in the world who can control him. He will be able to look down on the world. It was hard for Yifan not to become famous after the Battle of Qinling. He had seized the Jiuli divine dynasty's extreme path emperor weapon and almost taken it for himself. He had slaughtered everyone. Those who had personally experienced this battle still felt a chill when they thought about it. With a shake of the Jiuli painting, many experts were destroyed in the sky. Not even their bones were left behind. He beat the yin-yang sect master until only half of his body remained. He even tore off the Purple Mansion Divine Master's arms. Yi Fan's battle accomplishments shocked many people. He had reached the 8-limit realm and even obtained the Yuan Taoist Master's inheritance. Once he matured, he would definitely be able to look down on the world. The monster from the eastern wastelands is indeed astonishing. People could only sigh like this. He had taken the head of a powerful expert in a chaotic battle and killed many powerful enemies. This battle had made Yi Fan famous. After this battle, the blind old man and the Crimson Dragon Taoist announced that if anyone dared to touch their disciples, they would wipe out all their descendants with emperor weapons. It could be said that they were very domineering. Wu Zhongtian, Pang Bo, and the others had disappeared for 3 months. This made many great powers uneasy. They were really afraid that these 2 living fossils would come with emperor weapons and start a massacre. If you all swagger out like this and return to the unique scholar manor, there won't be any problems. Many people will even heave a sigh of relief. Yi Fan smiled. I have no choice but to return to the unique scholar manor, said Ji Ziyue. The Ji clan knew of her whereabouts and had been secretly guarding her for the past 3 months. Now, someone had sent her a voice transmission, asking her to return. There is a huge secret in the unique scholar manor. My clan's ancestors said that it can lead to an ancient star in outer space. There is an unparalleled opportunity there. This is the main reason why all the undying inheritances send their outstanding disciples there. Ji Ziyue revealed this secret. The people behind you have already spoken ruthlessly. I don't need to worry about you all. Yi Fan smiled. He needed to find a place to undergo tribulation and needed to leave temporarily. Soon, I will go to the unique scholar manor to drink with you all. Yi Fan waved his hand and walked into the distance. Now, everyone thought that Yi Fan would definitely hide for a long time and wouldn't dare to appear. Otherwise, just the 2 pieces of green copper would make the great powers of the Central Plains go crazy. However, no one expected that while the outside world was still in an uproar, a shocking piece of news came. Yi Fan was undergoing tribulation. The location he chose was in front of the yin-yang sect. He was extremely arrogant and blocked the entrance of the sect, attracting the tribulation for half a day. In the end, apart from the pure land at the center of the yin-yang sect, everything outside was flattened. It became a scorched land without a single blade of grass growing. If it wasn't for the sect's heaven-deceiving formation, that place would definitely have been razed to the ground and nothing would be left. When this news came out, the Central Plains was shaken. Everyone was shocked. The Saint Physique was too powerful. He dared to run to the mountain gate of a supreme sect to undergo tribulation and destroy everything. He was simply too daring. The yin-yang sect really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They were blocked in the divine land that took them hundreds of thousands of years to build. How sullen. You guys don't know. That kind of tribulation is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 4 great emperor formation patterns circulating in this world and being able to deceive the heavens, the yin-yang sect would have probably been flattened. The Saint Physique is forcefully declaring war. He's telling those who have evil intentions against him that he can do anything if he's forced into a corner. Not long after the battle at the Qinling Mountains, such a thing happened. The various sect leaders were all alarmed. Many people were speechless. The rise of the Saint Physique was most probably unstoppable. In the past, a grand completion Saint Physique could contend against ancient emperors. Now, a person who could break the curse appeared in this world. If he matured, he would most probably be able to recreate the glory of the ancient era. How long has it been? He's already at the 9th transformation and is about to step into the Immortal Foundation realm. When people learned of this situation, they were even more shocked. Many people were restless. Yi Fan's growth speed was too fast. This is a true demon-level genius. His origin arts are unparalleled, his combat prowess is powerful, and he's advancing by leaps and bounds. In the future, how many people would be able to stop him? Why isn't Wang Ting making a move yet? Would the undying inheritance strangle the saint physique in the cradle? Many people were paying attention and waiting quietly. Yi Fan underwent his tribulation outside the Yin Yang sect. He felt extremely refreshed. After turning the outer region into scorched earth, he decisively fled, not daring to delay. This was because the Yin Yang sect had a saint weapon that was passed down through generations. In the past, it was in the hands of an ancient saint. Everyone in the Yin Yang sect was so angry that their lungs were about to explode. This time, they had lost all face. Since the founding of the sect, there had never been anyone who dared to block the entrance of the sect and act so arrogantly. In an ancient town, Yi Fan sat in a small tavern and drank by himself. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he quietly listened to the discussions of others. Arrogant, too arrogant. I heard that the people of the Yin Yang sect are about to go crazy. They are searching for the saint physique all over the world. Oh, the North Emperor said that as long as Yi Fan appears, he will definitely kill him. Previously, Wang Ting suffered a great loss because of the saint physique in the Qinling Mountains. He was almost killed by the Nine Dawn painting. The saint physique really dares to do anything. Chapter 654. Mount Qinling was located in the western part of central continent. It was vast and boundless, with a circumference of no less than 1,000,000 li. There were mountain ridges and ancient veins everywhere. Under the night moon, the earth was silvery white. Ancient trees and mountain peaks were covered in a thin layer of mist. Moonlight lingered about, and from time to time, old corpses could be seen swallowing moonlight essence. From time to time, ancient chariots could be seen rushing out of the mountains, rumbling under the moonlight. Some were the chariots of emperors, while others were the mounts of some supreme existences. Unfortunately, all of these were ancient corpses. They were buried here when they were alive, and now, they had grown up and moved at night. It was strange and mysterious. Under the cold moonlight, Yi Fan walked alone in Mount Qinling. He took one last look at the mountains and rivers, avoiding 7 or 8 ancient corpses comparable to holy lords. The sickly old man left after all. Did he get what he wanted? The Qin sect was still there, but some people were missing. The sickly old man, Princess Moon Spirit, the delicate and pretty scholar, Hua Yunfei, and Li Xiaoman were all gone. During the Battle of Mount Qinling, an unparalleled existence comparable to the ancient saints took action. At the last moment, Yi Fan even sensed the fluctuations of his divine sense. It was somewhat familiar. Is it really the sickly old man? What is his identity? To be able to seize an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, this is simply shocking. In the present world, there was one living saint in the eastern wasteland, the old madman. There was also one on Mount Meru in the western desert, the victorious fighting Buddha. Their magical power was boundless. A strand of hair that fell could kill a half-step supreme existence, and a drop of blood from their body could kill a holy lord. These were unimaginable existences, unrivaled in the present world. No one could compare to them. Even the undying inheritances with extreme Tao Emperor weapons didn't dare to provoke them. Is he really that person? Yi Fan recalled the words the sickly old man had told him. Back then, when they traveled together in Mount Qinling, they had talked about many things from 8 to 9,000 years ago. A heavenly genius of the past, an unrivaled existence. He actually survived until now? Then his true age should be over 9,000 years old. How terrifying. Yi Fan wanted to meet the sickly old man and give him an undying fruit, but he couldn't. This sickly old man had already left. His lifespan is coming to an end. If he passes away like this, it would be too much of a pity. He wouldn't be able to deliver an immortal medicine. The Qin sect was still the same, and its main peak was only 1,000 meters or so tall. It was extremely ordinary and didn't stand out. However, there were peerless experts overseeing it, and there was no lack of kings who had been cleansed by the god-cleansing art. This was an unfathomable place. Yi Fan had obtained the army character formula, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. This time, he had come back to take a look and would leave for good. I shall begin a new journey, cultivating from here on out. I shall hang the sails of the clouds to aid the vast ocean, reaching immortal foundation. Yi Fan left Central Continent's western region, heading east. He didn't go into isolation. He had just broken through to a brand new cultivation realm, so he needed to temper himself and consolidate his strength. Seclusion was admittedly important, but tempering one's heart in the mortal world was also indispensable. Now that they had reached such a realm, everything needed to be comprehended. Sometimes, sitting in the mountains for 100 years might not necessarily be as fruitful as walking through the boundless secular world. Yi Fan was like an ascetic cultivator, heading east, experiencing the various forms of life and cultivating in the mortal world. Everywhere he passed by, he would observe the terrain of the mountains and rivers. After half a year, he finally stabilized his cultivation in the Dragon Transformation 9th Transformation. He advanced on foot, passing through many regions, and saw the flourishing and powerful sects of the Central Continent. Many people in Central Continent were searching for Yi Fan. Leaving aside the myriad Qi cauldron, just the 2 pieces of green copper were enough to make people restless. Sadly, no one was able to find them. Yi Fan, get the hell out here. My big brother can kill 100 of you with a single hand. After more than half a year of peace, an arrogant voice resounded through the heavens. Wang Chong was still alive and had shouted these words. The younger brother of the North deity didn't die. After recuperating for half a year, he recovered and became even more arrogant than before. He shouted in Central Continent that he wanted to kill the Saint Physique and grind his bones to dust. In the Battle of Qinling, Yi Fan became famous in Central Continent. With the Jiuli painting, he defeated all the experts and even seriously injured Wang Teng. Wang Teng's bones were broken, and he escaped on the golden ancient chariot. However, in this battle, the North deity also shocked the world. Because the strength he showed was cultivated by himself, and he didn't rely on the Emperor weapon to fight with the Divine Lord. A young man in his 20s had shown such earth-shattering strength at this age. His future was limitless. The legend of the reincarnation of the ancient emperor was even more popular. In the past, many people believed that in a few years, he would break through the realm again, surpass the Divine Lord, and become an invincible king. In the Battle of Qinling, although Yi Fan was in the limelight and injured the North deity, it didn't affect Wang Teng's reputation at all. In the face of an extreme emperor weapon, everyone had to retreat. In the bitter battle that day, who knew how many almighty beings had died? It was already a miracle that he had been able to escape unscathed. Yi Fan, come out. My big brother can crush you with one finger. Wang Chong shouted. The North deity definitely had the strength to look down on the world and fight against all enemies. Wang Chong was so domineering because he wanted to provoke Yi Fan to come out and kill him. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find him. In these half a year, everything about Wang Teng was gradually revealed. He came from a super ancient family in the northern plains, which was equivalent to the immortal dynasty in Central Continent and the clan of the ancients in Eastern Wilderness. When he was not even 2 years old, he was carried by an immortal crane and disappeared into the clouds. He often disappeared for a month or 2, and every time he disappeared, he would be reborn. The first time, his clansmen were very worried. Then, the immortal crane picked him up and only stopped when he was 12 years old. During this time, he received the inheritance of the ancient chaos the Arch. At 5, he danced with the flood dragon in the deep pool. At 7, he entered the northern region ancient god lake alone and obtained the golden ancient chariot. At 9, he entered the ancient emperor mountain and obtained the ancient chaos divine talisman and a celestial emperor sacred sword. At 12, he fell into the divine phoenix cave and obtained the immortal divine phoenix blood. All of this seemed like a dream, but it really happened to Wang Teng. It was not inferior to the legendary experiences of the ancient Arch. When people heard all of this, they were all dumbfounded. All of this was unimaginable. It was impossible to obtain unless one was blessed by the heavens and earth. He was definitely a leading role in the history of the human race. If he doesn't become an emperor, he will be letting down his experiences. Even if there is a huge change, at the very least, he will be in existence comparable to an ancient saint. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Wang Teng's experiences left people speechless. He was definitely a child of heaven, blessed by the heavens. In these half a year, many super forces wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Wang clan of the Northern Plains. 3 of the top 10 beauties of the central continent had families that had contact with the North deity. The genius of a generation, Divine Diviner, had once divined that if there were no accidents, the North deity might really become a real arch in the future, and not just a title. Yi Fan, are you afraid of death? My big brother only used 1 finger to fight you. Do you dare to come out? In these past half a month, Wang Chong had become more and more arrogant. Yi Fan's mind was calm, and he continued his journey east, quietly comprehending in this mortal world like an ascetic monk, barefoot and dressed in hemp clothes. The willpower of the mind is so powerful. To cast aside honor and disgrace and cultivate the mind alone, disregarding everything in the outside world, to think that there is such power. This was his sigh. Yi Fan was already a cultivator of the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation, and his spine was about to form a dragon. He raised his head and gazed at the immortal platform. The so-called immortal platform was the head, and the heart was at the center of the forehead. This was the source of the final secret realm. My spiritual sense has never been weak. Cultivating in this secret realm will be of great help. The central continent was vast and boundless. Although Yi Fan had been walking east for more than half a year, he was still in the western region, far from the central region. Normally speaking, he would need to fly for several years to leave the western region. In the end, he began to travel through the void to the central region, where the immortal vein of the unique scholar manor was located. Yi Fan was no stranger to this place. He had stayed here for a very long time, and after seeing an ancient city, he became even more familiar with it. West Dam City had existed for a very long time. It was one of the 10 ancient cities of the central continent, and it was more than 5,000 li from the unique scholar manor. The city was majestic, grand, and imposing. The walls seemed to be cast from black iron, like a great black steel wall. The layout of the city was grand and flourishing. There were all kinds of people here, and there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Back then, Yi Fan had bought the dragon marrow here, and he had also killed Jin Qishao of the Golden Clan of the Northern Plains outside the city, stirring up a storm. West Dam City, I've returned. The geniuses of the unique scholar manor often came to this ancient city, where they could bid for all kinds of precious weapons or purchase the rare Dao Comprehension dragon marrow for astronomical prices. The ancient city was still flourishing and grand. As Yi Fan walked along the streets, he soon heard Wang Chong's clamor. Of course, it was from the discussions of others. The saint physique is just a so-so. He's nothing compared to my big brother. If he dares to appear, I'll trample him to death. Everyone was discussing. Recently, Wang Chong's tone had become more and more unyielding, criticizing Yi Fan to the point where he had no good points. He was just short of stepping on Yi Fan's face and cursing him. This little evildoer is going too far. He's shouting like this. He's too high profile. He's very young, but his heart is very vicious. He's determined to disturb the Saint Physique's mind and make him unable to calm down. Many people have seen it. If the Saint Physique matures, he will become a great enemy of the North Emperor's path. Wang Chong is worried for his big brother. He's so young, and he's already sweeping the path for his big brother. Yi Fan had nothing to be angry about. He had experienced too many things, and he didn't care about these insults. He smiled faintly. However, he didn't plan to ignore it. When he had to attack, he would. Wang Chong has come to West Dam City. When he heard this news, he smiled and felt that it was time to intimidate them. No one had expected that Yi Fan would suddenly come to West Dam City. He didn't hide his tracks and entered the city with his real body. His roar echoed throughout the city. Wang Teng, come out and accept your death. This roar caused the entire ancient city to shake. Many figures appeared on the black city walls, and many people flew into the sky. The Saint Physique has appeared again. He really dares to come. This time, he's here to kill the North Emperor. He dares to be so brazen. Can he kill him? Yi Fan stood outside the city, dressed in battle clothes. Golden divine light shot into the sky from his body, and his blood energy was like a dragon piercing through the heavens. Even from a distance, one could feel the pressure. Wang Teng, come out and accept your death. He stood there like a god of war. His thick black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were clear and sharp. He faced West Dam City, one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Central Plains. Surname Yi, you really dare to appear? Wang Chong flew out of the city and stood in the sky, his eyes full of hatred. Last time, he had almost been killed by Yi Fan. Call your brother out. Don't hide. I'll send you to the immortal domain to reunite with your ancestor, Yi Fan calmly said. Whoosh! Wang Chong landed, followed by a row of old men. Among them were 2 ancient lifeforms, their scales flashing with a golden luster. They looked savage and fierce. Many people in West Dam City had been alarmed. They stood in the air and watched. There were many disciples of the extraordinary warrior residents, princesses of the divine dynasty, and direct descendants of great sections. Where is your brother? Tell him to come out and fight, Yi Fan said. Humph, you think you can fight with my brother? I've already prepared an inescapable net for you. You can't escape even if you grow wings. Wang Chong sneered. Wang Teng, where the hell did you go? Yi Fan was very blunt. My big brother has already gone to the eastern wastelands and has no time to deal with you. I'll just kill you here. Wang Chong sinisterly extended a finger. Today, I'll crush you to death. Wang Teng was going to the eastern wastelands. He might be going to the nest of 10,000 dragons, or he might be going to Mount Indigo, where Emperor Wu Shi had passed away. He might even be going to another ancient land to meet the kings and princesses of some ancient race. This was the shocking news that Yi Fan had bought from the 100 Days Gate, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and the Red Dust Pavilion. These 3 ancient sects were ranked among the 100 schools of the Central Plains, and their origins could be traced back to before the primordial era. They were the most well-informed, and each word they sold was worth 1,000 taels of gold. At the same time, there was also news that Wang Teng was going to the eastern wastelands to propose marriage to one of the ancient clans. Chapter 655. Wang Chong was brimming with confidence, as though he had already eaten Yi Fan whole. Although he wasn't big, he was extremely arrogant. He pointed a finger at Yi Fan, his gaze sinister as he spoke. Today, even if I lend you 9 lives, it won't be enough to slaughter me. Behind him, there was a row of old men, all of them looking hale and hearty. All of them were supreme elders at the first level of Immortal Foundation or above. You are just a little brat, why are you not suckling your mother at home? Why are you running out to cause trouble? Yi Fan teased. You can be happy for now. In a while, I will make sure you won't even be able to cry even if you want to. Wang Chong was only 11 or 12 years old, yet he had his hands clasped behind his back as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Sure, I will stand here. Come over and beat Uncle up. Yi Fan remained unmoved. He stood in front of the ancient city and stared at these people. At this moment, many figures soared into the air, paying close attention to what was happening outside the city. All of them were shocked. Yi Fan dared to do this. It was out of everyone's expectations. Since he didn't flee, I will grant you your wish. Elders, kill him. Wang Chong coldly waved his hands. That cruel gaze of his didn't seem to belong to a child at all. Behind him, 8 first-level Immortal Foundation experts stepped out. In addition, there were 2 other supreme ancient immortal realms walking over step by step, their countenances extremely malevolent. In the current world, only the North Emperor would have such an imposing manner, subduing these supreme ancient immortal realms as slaves to protect his younger brother. Have the 2 of you forgotten about the sacred prince? Are you guys addicted to being Wang Teng's slaves? Yi Fan mercilessly berated. The sacred prince has an esteemed status, but he has no right to interfere in the matters of our race. Master has gone to meet with the king of our race, the others have no right to interfere. The 3-meter-tall creature covered in golden scales spoke. Yi Fan's heart stirred. The news he received was indeed true. Did Wang Ting go to the eastern desolate barren to enter the nest of myriad dragons? Or to the violet mountain where immortal Emperor Wuxia passed away? What was the North Arch trying to do? Was he trying to befriend the primordial royal race? If there was a conflict in the future, it would most likely involve the terrifying ancient kings. This was not a good thing. For the sake of the sacred prince, I'll give you a way out. All of you, scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, none of you will live. Yi Fan reprimanded. You're just a human in the dragon transformation, 9th transformation. Do you really think you're the sacred prince? I can kill you with a single slap, said an ancient creature, revealing a mouthful of sharp, snow-white teeth. If it was your royal family that came, it would be understandable. But a lowly person like you dares to speak rudely? Yi Fan said calmly. It's said that the physical body of a sage physique is unparalleled. However, in the immemorial era, I've never heard of such a thing. On the other hand, it has eaten many human experts. The ancient creature took large strides forward, revealing his snow-white teeth. The taste of the golden divine blood should be very sweet. I heard that once it's achieved a small success, it would be considered a spiritual medicine. Let me have a taste. This was a very powerful ancient creature. One of his feet had already entered the divine lord realm. He was a half-step almighty being and could almost fight against almighty beings. This was because the bodies of the primordial races were exceptionally strong, far surpassing that of the human race. They were almost indestructible. This was a precious body bestowed by the heavens, especially for their race. Buzz! He stretched out a huge golden claw and slammed it down. It was as big as a wheel, and astral winds blew, causing people's faces to hurt. Sand and stones were sent flying. Yi Fan smiled coldly. This ancient creature really dared to compete with him in terms of physical strength. He didn't believe in the sage physique of the human race and wanted to kill him with a slap. Sage physique of the human race, kneel. This ancient creature was too confident. He thought that apart from the battle's sacred apes, their race's physical body was the strongest. Slap! Yi Fan stepped forward, and his right hand slammed out like a huge golden millstone. The two hands collided, and a deafening sound rang out. Then, the sound of bones cracking rang out. The ancient creature's right hand spasmed and almost twisted. The sound of bones cracking rang out continuously, and the stubble of bones was exposed. Broken bones flew everywhere, and blood dripped everywhere. Bang! Yi Fan followed up and slapped out again. This ancient creature's soul almost left his body, and he was almost terrified. He said with a trembling voice, "How can the human's physical body be so strong?" Pfft! This time, it was even more thorough. Yi Fan's palm pressed down, slapping off one of its arms. Half of its body was ruined, and it was like a watermelon that had fallen to the ground. It was bright red and ruined. This ancient creature screamed miserably and flew out like a rotten wooden block. With a plop, it fell thousands of feet away, and half of its body was destroyed. Even the bodies of supreme sacred lords aren't as strong as my race. How can his body be so strong? It's no weaker than that of the battle's sacred apes. This ancient creature groaned, and he used the lesson of blood to face the terror of the human race's sage physique. Humph. On the side, Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and sneered. So what if you have the strength to pick up mountains? You can't stop the monstrous magic power of supreme experts. At this time, the 8 grand elders had already closed in. Another silver primordial creature also flew over with a pair of wings as bright as heavenly blades. These few people aren't enough. Yi Fan shook his head. Young man surnamed Yi, you were too arrogant. Now, you can't even leave if you want to. A clanging sound came from behind. A muscular middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as knives walked over, cutting off his path of retreat. This was a supreme expert, and there were 5 people at his side, all half-step supreme experts. They could be said to be extremely powerful, enough to kill a cultivator of Yi Fan's level. Uncle! Wang Chong called out. This person was the uncle of Wang Teng and his brother. He was an extremely famous supreme expert of the northern plains, comparable to the sacred lords. He was an expert of a generation and had great authority in the Wang clan. There was also an expert among the 8 grand elders. With so many people surrounding Yi Fan, with 2 top experts holding the line, it could be said that even if he grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Young man surnamed Yi, hurry up and kneel. When the time comes, I'll torture you a little less. Otherwise, you won't even be able to die. Wang Chong clenched his teeth, his resentment soaring to the heavens, and his eyes vicious. He hated Yi Fan to the bone. He had almost killed him twice. 2 supreme beings, more than 10 supreme elders, you guys really do think highly of me. Yi Fan was extremely calm, not showing any fear at all. Young man surnamed Yi, don't be so stubborn. In a while, I'll trample on your face so that you have no face to speak of. Let's see how you'll continue to be brave then. Wang Chong said darkly. Little brat, you're dreaming again. I let you escape the first 2 times, but I won't do it the 3rd time. Today, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan said with a smile. Young man, it's not good to be too arrogant. You've injured Chong twice, and there's nothing more to say today. Will you kill yourself, or will you wait for me to kill you? Wang Ting's uncle, Wang Qingfeng, said in a deep voice. Actually, this is what I wanted to say to you. Will you kill yourself, or will you wait for me to send you off one by one? Yi Fan was very calm. Everyone was shocked. They did not know why he was so confident. Facing 2 supreme experts and 10 some grand elders, he actually did not run and was fearless. Something was very wrong. I don't believe it. How can someone at the 9th transformation of dragon transformation compete with us? Today, we must kill him. A half-step supreme expert stepped forward and was about to attack. Be careful, or else you might immediately turn into ashes, Yi Fan said unhurriedly. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Even the heroes watching from afar were indescribably shocked. They did not know what else he had up his sleeve. Yi, don't try to be deliberately mystifying. No matter what, I won't let you leave alive today. Wang Chong called out, Uncle, make your move. Cut off half of his life and leave me to take care of him. Wang Qingfeng nodded and did not press forward. His hands moved, carving the laws of heaven and earth, preparing to suppress Yi Fan. At this moment, sand and stones flew, the wind blew, and the clouds surged. The world lost color. Devils descended from the sky one after another, throwing themselves at Yi Fan. This was the power of interweaving natural laws, drowning out this place. Yi Fan lightly shouted. His hands were also moving, producing one seal after another, constantly imprinting them into the void. Countless patterns appeared, mysterious and mystical. Yi, aren't you going to get over here and die? No matter what you do, you can't change the result, Wang Chong shouted. Young man, if you don't kill yourself, don't blame me for refining your soul in a bit. Wang Qingfeng coldly said, and then his hands shook. Boundless magic power descended. Yi Fan coldly snorted. His hands pressed down, and countless characters appeared, covering him and concealing him. At the same time, there was a flash of light in the air, and a divine source blocked the size of a human head appeared. It was densely covered with millions of inscriptions, and it flowed with a world-destroying aura. A foot-long divine phoenix flew out. The divine source formation that Ouyang Yi had carved was formed from a total of 4 divine source blocks. That day, he had used up one of them, and its power was extraordinary, able to destroy everything within 100 li. Yi, you're truly ruthless. Wang Chong paled. How about it? Is it enough to send all of you on your way? Yi Fan smiled. Young man, you're still inexperienced. We've been on guard for a long time. Today, not even a god can stop me from killing you. You reckless thing. Wang Qingfeng's face darkened, his killing intent surging. Whoosh! With a shake of his hand, an ancient scroll flew out and froze in the air. The divine source block that was densely covered with origin heavenly patterns immediately quieted down, and the foot-long divine phoenix entered the inscriptions, no longer appearing. In this world, origin techniques are not invincible. There have long been martial sages who carved the source forbidden divine diagram, and those origin characters are completely useless. Wang Qingfeng sneered coldly. Is that so? It seems that you've made ample preparations, Yi Fan said. My big brother has already predicted all of this. You've received the legacy of the Yuan Taoist master, so we have to be on guard. Wang Chong sneered again and scolded, Yi, if you kneel down, I'll torture you a little less. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. There's no need for that. I'm about to make a cauldron of precious pills, and the divine body is the best material. Not a single inch of flesh can be wasted. Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly. Clang, 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 with a flick of Yi Fan's finger, ancient characters appeared in the air one after another. They danced as if they had souls, and all of them turned into imprints. The divine source block was instantly revived, and the divine phoenix rushed out. What? How could this be? The people of the Wang clan paled in shock. You've underestimated the Yuan Taoist master too much. You can only seal a part of the void. You can target the people of other origin technique families, but the successor of the Yuan Taoist master is not included. He can change the world, and you want to seal me with just a diagram? Yi Fan sneered. Retreat. Wang Qingfeng grabbed his nephew and was the first to fly back, wanting to escape this terrifying place. However, it was all too late. Yi Fan activated the divine source block, and millions of inscriptions appeared. A terrifying divine might suddenly exploded. In an instant, the world was filled with light, and even the sun in the sky was drowned. It was as if countless stars were falling and crashing into the ground. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The people of the Wang clan were all submerged, and not a single person escaped. Within West Dam City, everyone felt a chill from their bones. This kind of power was too terrifying, and it was impossible to resist. Even a divine lord would be turned into a sieve by the divine light. Tao patterns appeared on the ancient city walls, turning into multicolored light that blocked the invasion of this tyrannical power. Otherwise, they would suffer a catastrophic impact. In that instant, the power was like a vast ocean, refining all living beings. The dozen or so grand elders turned into light on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. When everything disappeared, only the two powerhouses and Wang Chong were left. Their bodies were tattered, and they seemed like they were about to fall apart. The two powerhouses had relied on their own strength to survive, while Wang Chong had relied on all kinds of secret treasures to block. He had destroyed all his divine items to survive. You! Wang Qingfeng continuously vomited blood. Everything had been under his control, but at the last moment, he had been so badly injured. The other powerhouse staggered. He wanted to fly into the sky and escape, but with a bang, Yi Fan's palms slapped down, and he was smashed into meat paste. You still want to escape after using up all your magic power? A cold smile hung on Yi Fan's lips as he walked forward. On the ground, silver scales flickered. An ancient entity had not died, and it was struggling to crawl out of the dust. PFFF. Yi Fan's finger jabbed out, piercing through its forehead. Then, a golden palm came down, leaving only a puddle of blood. Don't come over. Wang Chang's hair stood on end. This change was so sudden that he was filled with despair. Didn't you want to stomp me to death? Come over. Yi Fan beckoned him over. Yi Fan. Wang Ting's uncle clenched his teeth and staggered to his feet. Then, he roared and ignited his life energy to forcefully increase his power. Bang! Yi Fan used his avatar's divine ability, instantly growing larger. He raised a golden foot and stomped down. PFFF. Wang Qingfeng vomited blood as he was stomped into the ground. He could not move, and all his bones were broken. You want to use me to refine medicine? Today, I'll refine you first. Yi Fan stomped down with his foot, crushing Wang Ting's uncle into the ground like he was crushing a bug. All his magic power was destroyed. My nephew Wang Ting will come to kill you. Wang Qingfeng was flustered and exasperated, coughing up blood. I'll wait for him. Yi Fan stomped down, and the expert was torn to pieces. He finally died a violent death. Uncle! Wang Chong cried out in alarm. He quickly retreated and leaped into the air. Yi Fan's body shrank, returning to his normal size. He descended from the sky and stomped Wang Qingfeng into the ground. You're already so vicious at your age. You've provoked me time and time again. Even the heavens won't forgive you if I don't kill you. Yi Fan kicked out, sending Wang Chong flying. Don't kill me. Wang Chong screamed. His whole body was trembling, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Your brother is known as the North Arch, but you're kneeling here. How can he endure this? You've lost all his face. I'd better send you on your way. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and a flower of blood bloomed between Wang Chong's eyebrows. He screamed and fell to the ground. This time, nothing unforeseen happened. The various life-saving Dharma treasures that the North Arch had given him had all been destroyed by the intense light earlier. They had all been destroyed. Wang Ting's brother was killed. The North Thearcha's uncle was killed by Yi Fan. The news spread as if it had wings and flew in all directions. It shook the central prefecture and alarmed many powerful forces. This time, the North Arch and the Divine Physique will not rest until one of them is dead. This grudge is huge. Everyone immediately thought of the future consequences. There will be a huge battle between the two of them. Only one of them will survive. In the distant East Wasteland, there was a dangerous land that humans thought was extremely evil. Many cave abodes were flashing with divine origin blocks, and many primordial lifeforms were sealed inside. In a spacious ancient cave abode, the North Arch and a young primordial imperial family member sat opposite each other. This place was filled with primordial aura, and everything was very mysterious. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Ting stood up in shock. A jade pendant on his body shattered. He knew that his brother was dead. What happened? The young primordial imperial family member asked. Someone killed my brother. Wang Ting's knuckles turned white, and his expression was frightening. His eyes shot out divine light that was several meters long, and it pierced through the stone wall like a sharp sword. Who is so bold? I'll send a few people to kill him. Even the leader of a sect won't be able to keep his head, the young primordial imperial family member said casually. It's him, it must be him. Saint Physique Fan, I will definitely kill you. Wang Ting's voice was low, but it was sonorous and forceful like a golden bell ringing. The human race's Saint Physique is not weaker than the battle Saint Ape race's physique. Once such a person reaches the phenomenal stage, even the primordial kings will be afraid, the young primordial imperial family member said. No matter what physique it is just the difference between a living person and a dead person. He is just a whetstone in my eyes, and he won't live for long. The light in Wang Ting's eyes was frightening, but he quickly calmed down without a trace of anger. He said, when will your ancestral king awaken? This is the most important thing. It's hard to say. It might be soon, or it might be several years. The young primordial imperial family member took a sip of wine and said, let's wait patiently. Suddenly, the sound of pearls and jade rang out. A graceful figure walked into the cave abode. She had waist-length blue hair, an absolutely beautiful figure, and skin like suet jade. She was extremely beautiful. Brother, the ancestral king has awakened, and he wants you to bring this human cultivator to meet him. This woman was very stunning, and she was no different from a human. She didn't have any characteristics of an ancient creature. Oh, the ancestral king has awakened. The young primordial imperial family member's expression turned serious, and he didn't dare to be careless anymore. The North Arch stood up and looked into the depths of the ancient cave. It was dark and unfathomable, and there was a faint aura that made people tremble. Even someone as strong as him felt his hair stand on end. Let's go. The young primordial imperial family member took the lead and walked forward. That's good. I want to meet your ancestral king and enter the ancient sovereign mountain where great the archwusher passed away, Wang Ting said solemnly. Chapter 656. A piece of divine source with 1,000,000 runes had crippled 2 powerhouses. West Dam City was in a state of desolation, and the ground was cut dozens of feet deep. Only some bloodstains were left on the battlefield, and nothing else existed. The people of Wang clan stood there for a long time without saying anything. It was already 3 days later, and it was already too late when they rushed over. Junior Yi, you dare to provoke my Wang clan, killing the powerhouses of my clan and the direct descendants of the Wang clan. There is no place for you in this world. A loud roar resounded throughout West Dam City. This time, the storm was huge. Yi Fan had killed Wang Ting's younger brother, Wang Chong, and his uncle, Wang Qingfeng. This was an irreconcilable enmity. The Saint Physique really dares to make a move. He even killed 2 of North Deity's closest relatives. Is he not afraid of piercing the heavens? Wang Tang had obtained the inheritance of ancient Chaos Emperor and had shocking fate. Even the godly diviner said that he might prove his Tao and become an emperor in the future. Now, not many people dared to offend him, and even some undying inheritances wanted to marry him. All the sect masters have to be wary of Wang Tang. Yi Fan is too straightforward and killed 2 of his relatives. There is no way to resolve this enmity. Now, almost no one was willing to be enemies with Wang Tang because he had already matured and could not be killed. Perhaps only Yi Fan was fearless. In the future, there will be a bloody battle on the path to becoming an emperor. I wonder who will win and advance by stepping on the corpses of many kings. The only one who can prove his Tao. With the arrival of the Great Era, many kings rose and stars shone brightly. However, in the end, it was still the glory of one person. If others did not back down, they would all be corpses under his feet. A great Saint Physique can compete with ancient emperors. Yi Fan's future is limitless. Even if Wang Ting walks the path of ancient emperors, he can still fight. West Dam City was 5,000 miles away from the Great Scholar Manor. This was not much for cultivators and could be said to be very close. The news immediately spread and caused an uproar. Although the monster from the eastern wasteland had not truly entered the Great Scholar Manor, there were many topics about him. He was in the limelight and would be talked about every once in a while. Who do you think is the #1 expert in the world? Is there even a need to say it? It's definitely that crazy old man from the eastern wasteland. He was already an unrivaled figure 6,000 years ago, and now he's comparable to an ancient saint. In an ancient town adjacent to West Dam City, a few young cultivators were discussing in a tea house. They all yearned for the person the old man spoke of. The world's #1 expert should be the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru. He has been in seclusion in an ancient temple for many years. No one can estimate his depth. That's not necessarily true. The 5 major regions are vast and boundless. Who can say that there are no other saints? There are also many immortal islands overseas. Who knows, there might even be gods. These people argued, but no one could convince the other. They all had different opinions. That's hard to say. However, if we're talking about the #1 expert of the younger generation, it's either the Middle Emperor or Wang Tang. Wang Ting's uncle was killed by the Divine Physique, and his younger brother was killed by Yi Fan's finger. His reputation has been tarnished. It's hard to say now. Isn't there still the Southern Demon and the Western Bodhisattva? It's hard to say who will be #1. Moreover, the Divine Physique's growth is so fast. In the future, he will definitely be able to compete with anyone. In just a few years, the #1 expert will emerge. Don't you guys know that the Qishir Manor can lead to the outer realms? A starry ancient path will be opened there. Only the 3 strongest people of the younger generation can go there. Yi Fan was also sitting in the tea house. He was leisurely listening to them while drinking tea. These were all the elites of the Qishir Manor. They were all passing through this place. A few days later, Yi Fan arrived outside the Qishir Manor. According to the agreed location, he met Pang Bo in a mountainous region. Damn it, coffin planks are so disgusting. Pang Bo's first words were this kind of complaint. Yi Fan was speechless. The temperament of this brother of his had always been like this. There was really nothing he could say. He then asked, "Didn't you capture a snake in the Qin mountain range? The bark of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree is an immortal grade treasure. That snake isn't of any use to it. I plan to leave it for you to break through to immortal foundation." Pang Bo spoke. With a flash of light, a beam of violet light shot out. A small snake that was only a foot long appeared in his palm, exuding a fragrance that permeated the air. This was a life form that was birthed from the divine dream pith. This was a priceless immortal grade treasure. Even living fossils would feel their eyes turning red at the sight of it. Back then in the Qin mountain range, it was unknown how many people risked their lives for it. There was a total of over 10 lifeforms and Pang Bo managed to obtain one. AI, the divine dream pith's mother stock, still managed to escape in the end. Not a single person managed to capture it. That's a heaven-defying treasure that's comparable to a mature, undying divine medicine. You should be content with what you have. If you really managed to obtain that thing, you would surely attract a great calamity. I have 3 pieces of immortal-grade pill fragments here. It's sufficient for you to break through to immortal foundation. You should keep this violet snake well. Light flickered in Yi Fan's palm, and 3 small fragments appeared. They were of different colors and emitted a fragrance that refreshed the mind. Among them, one was golden, one was green, and the last was purple. They flickered with a dreamlike radiance, and these were only 3 out of over 100 fragments. What a pity. If this was a perfect immortal pill, it could help one corroborate the Tao in the future, yet it's broken into such a state. Pang Bo felt that it was a great pity. A perfect undying immortal pill, if obtained by a single person, would definitely incur the jealousy of the heavens. Being able to obtain even 1% of it would already be considered heavenly luck. Yi Fan didn't feel any regret. That's true. This type of immortal pill is too heaven-defying. I fear that no one would be able to enjoy it now. Pang Bo agreed. Even the great ancient emperors have a stock of undying divine medicine. Only they could possess such a heaven-defying thing and plant it by their side. Yi Fan said. No harm. In the future, each of us will plant one as well. I don't believe they are truly extinct. Pang Bo yearned for it. A stock of heaven-defying undying medicine could extend one's lifespan for an entire lifetime, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. The two of them chatted for a very long time before leaving this mountain range. You killed Wang Ting's uncle and younger brother. He will most likely go crazy. You must be careful. Pang Bo said. I'm fine. I'm just afraid that he will act against you and Li Heishui. Yi Fan frowned. Why don't we leave the unique scholar manor first? You don't need to worry. Old Blind and the Scarlet Dragon Daoist have come a few times already. They have already spread the word that if anyone dares to kill their descendants, they will use their emperor weapons to exterminate all of their descendants. On the surface, we are only friends with you and not from the same clan. We don't originate from the same inheritance. Even if Wang Ting takes his anger out on us, he won't offend one major power after another. It's better to be careful. Don't stray too far from the unique scholar manor. Don't wander alone to an uninhabited place. Yi Fan warned. Are you going to meet Li Heishui and Ji Ziyue? It's not very suitable for me to go in. Moreover, the Wang clan is looking for me everywhere. Yi Fan was a bit worried. It's fine. Killing is strictly prohibited in the unique scholar manor. No one can behave atrociously there. If little friend wants to enter the unique scholar manor, we can open the gate for you now. An aged voice suddenly came. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were startled. Their divine senses were very powerful, but they didn't notice the person in advance. Who is it? Pang Bo was bewildered. He looked towards a distant mountain peak. The fluctuation was coming from there. Yi Fan also didn't say a word. He activated his divine eyes of origin and looked over. This was an immortal vein. Normally, it was covered in clouds and purple mist. Looking from afar, one could see tens of thousands of dragons spiraling in the air. This was a heavenly divine land. In this place, there were precipitous cliffs. There were no weeds. Orchids emitted rosy clouds. One could often see very old herbs. However, the mountain peak ahead was very special. There were no spirit herbs, only some thistles and weeds. On the mountain peak, a rock moved and dust fell down. That's a person. Pang Bo was shocked. A person was submerged in yellow soil. Weeds grew all over his body, and there was even a bird's nest on his head. With the slightest movement, dust would fall down. How long did one have to sit here to become like this? The two of them were shocked. This person had been sitting here in seclusion without moving for at least several decades. He truly had great willpower. You two don't need to worry. I don't have any ill intentions. This was an old man. He carefully put down the bird's nest on his head and then stood up. The weeds and soil fell to the ground. This was an ordinary old man without anything special about him. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would be forgotten. There was nothing special about him. I am one of the vice masters of the unique scholar manor. Even though I am sitting here, I am not completely unaware of the matters outside. He invited Yi Fan into the manor. I want to know, is there really an ancient path that leads to outer space in the unique scholar manor? Yi Fan asked. This was the answer he wanted to know the most. Correct, there is an ancient starry sky path that leads to the ancient outer space, Lin Daochen replied. There really is such an ancient path? Yi Fan and Pang Bo glanced at each other. Their hearts were shaken, and they immediately grasped the hope of returning home. There are only 3 spots every 10,000 years. Only the strongest of the young generation can go to the outer space. You have a saint physique, so you can fight for it in the future. Lin Daochen smiled. Which ancient star is the outer space? What is on the other side? Pang Bo couldn't help but ask. I am already making an exception by telling you all this. This is an enormous secret. If you want to know, you must suppress your peers and obtain the qualifications to be in the top 3. Little Yi can consider entering the unique scholar manor. Even though there is a high chance of meeting that bastard Wang Teng, he wouldn't dare to make a move in the manor, Pang Bo said. Young man, don't you want to know the cultivation experiences of the 9 great completion saint physiques? Don't you want to know what divine techniques they cultivated? Don't you want to obtain their inheritance? Lin Daochen had a smile on his face. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but then he cursed silently. Damn it, why did this old thing turn into a cunning old fox in the blink of an eye? Even though he still looked very simple, he still gave off a feeling of insecurity. He shook his head forcefully and said, I'm not going. Young man, you are too cautious. What do you think I want from you? If I wanted to rob you, I would have killed you with a single slap if I had caught you off guard. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and said, why don't you let me take a look around first? For example, let me take a look at that ancient path in the starry sky and browse through the cultivation methods of the 9 great completion saint physiques. Lin Daochen laughed involuntarily and said, your request is too much, but I can let you walk around and gain some experience. The unique scholar manor was located at the center of this immortal vein. Purple mist rose everywhere, and it was indescribably noble. The more Yi Fan studied the heavenly book of origin, the more he felt that this place was indescribably mysterious. This should be a terrain that can only be formed in the immortal world. I wonder what I can dig out after digging it up. In front of the ancient mountain gate, on the Dan Cliff, on the 1,000-feet cliff, on the 1,000-feet cliff, tens of thousands of years old Lingji shone brightly, and tens of thousands of years old ancient medicine wafted with the wind. Lin Daochen was startled and said, young man, I know you have learned the original technique, but don't have any ideas about this place. If you really dare to dig around here, be careful that someone will pull out your tendons and tear your bones apart. Yi Fan rubbed his chin embarrassedly and said, I was just saying. Not long after entering the unique scholar manor, Lin Daochen was asked to leave by a top expert who had something to discuss with him. Why do I find that young man so familiar? F***CK, isn't that the supreme grade overlord? He actually ran into the unique scholar manner. What overlord? He is that Saint Fiziki fan. Don't tell me it's the Saint Fiziki fan who just killed North Thearka's uncle and killed his brother. That's right, it's him. Oh my god, he is too daring. He actually dares to come here. Is he really going to fight to the death with North Tharch? As soon as Fan came in, he caused a commotion and attracted a crowd. No one dared to believe that he would dare to come here. Hey, isn't that Chick Chi? As soon as Fan came in, he saw a familiar person. It was Chi Huishui. Princess Chi was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and countries. Her beauty could be said to be unparalleled. Her dark hair hung down naturally, and her skin was as delicate as fine white jade. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her waist was soft. She walked leisurely by the side. She could be called a calamitous beauty, a peerless beauty who could captivate all men. When she happened to come here and heard Fan's words, she turned her head and immediately frowned. She turned and left. She ran very fast, but she was also swaying like a willow, and her figure was very alluring. Chick Chi, why are you running? Fan shouted from behind. He thinks that she is not running. Pang Bo felt that something was wrong. Princess Moon Spirit, someone from the Jiuli God dynasty. When Fan saw the second most beautiful woman in the Middle Prefecture, his eyes froze. He would never forget that the Jiuli God dynasty attacked him in the Qinling Mountains. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Qishir residence. All of them were elites from all over the world. Princesses of nations, successors of sacred grounds, saintesses of great sects, sons of gods from god halls, and heaven demons from demon imperial palace. It was not strange to see them here. Princess Moon Spirit, that person is looking at you. At the side, a woman reminded. Princess Moon Spirit was the most beautiful woman in the world. This time, she did not disguise herself, and her beauty was suffocating. She looked over and immediately saw Fan. She was startled and said, "It's him. He actually came to the Qishir residence. What does he want?" Suddenly, there was a hubbub of voices from afar. A large group of people ran over, and Chi Huishui was at the front. She twisted her waist and gritted her teeth. Her bright red lips flickered with an alluring luster, and her long hair fluttered as she rushed back. "That's him. Surround him and capture him," she ordered in an unruly manner. "I knew it. This Chick Chi is the most resplendent pearl in the southern mountains. Her cultivation is very powerful, and she has countless escorts. She also has a monster brother who knows many people. She's here to cause trouble for you," Pang Bo muttered. As soon as Fan entered the Qishir residence, he was surrounded by people. Chi Huishui raised her snow-white and beautiful chin and said, "You dare to come here, Chick Chi, my coming here has nothing to do with you. Don't be so enthusiastic, okay?" Fan said. Princess Chi brought over 40 to 50 people, and in addition to a group of onlookers, the place was crowded. Chapter 657. There were many beautiful mountain peaks within the Qishir Manor. Qilin lay in front of the cliffs, accompanied by old herbs, and overflowing with fragrance. There were also many open lands decorated with pearl-like lakes and flood dragons. As soon as Fan entered the Qishir Manor, he was discovered. Chi Huishui brought dozens of people to block him at the mountain gate, attracting the attention of many people. "The monster from the eastern wasteland has come. His real body has entered the manor." This news quickly spread out. Many people rushed over, wanting to see his real face. Recently, his reputation was too great, so many people wanted to see him. Of course, there were many arrogant geniuses who were unwilling to accept this and rushed over. Moreover, the monster-level existences were all alarmed and came out of seclusion. "Ye scoundrel, you won't be able to leave today." Chi Huishui clenched her teeth. There was no need to doubt her beauty. She was the pearl of the southern mountains, a peerless beauty that made hundreds of flowers lose their splendor. Scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. It's not like Yifan did anything to you. Pang Bo said in an extremely vulgar manner. Qi Huishui was so angry that she almost fainted. Her face was flushed red, and she almost couldn't speak anymore. She forcefully exhaled and shouted, "You, damn it." Once these words came out, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Qi Huishui was a peerless beauty, and she was usually very elegant. But now, she was clearly angered. Who did I offend? Yifan really didn't do anything to you. Did I say something wrong? Is there something else? Pang Bo looked like he was asking for a beating. You, disappear immediately. Qi Huishui was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. We're not that familiar with each other, right? Don't be so excited after seeing me. Did you make such a big scene to welcome me or something? Yifan asked. Shut up, I'm here to suppress you. Qi Huishui became even more excited. Her face was red, and her slender body was almost trembling. She shouted to the people beside her, "Attack together, seal him for me." However, even though there were dozens of people who came aggressively, none of them dared to make a move when they got close. They turned a deaf ear to her words. Qi Huishui was flustered and exasperated. She shouted for a long time, but no one came forward. She was the only one left to face Yifan. What are you all afraid of? Isn't it just a holy physique? So many people can't beat him? These people still didn't make a move. They all looked at each other, not moving at all. What a joke, this was a killing star, someone who even dared to kill powerful beings. Who dared to go up now? Region Mistress, he just killed the North Thearka's biological uncle. Are you sure you want to suppress him? A lady at the side reminded softly. So what? Qi Huishui did not care at all. The North Arch is someone that even the various sect leaders are afraid of. His uncle was killed, which is enough to show that the Saint Physique is very arrogant. It's not a good idea to provoke him now. So what if he's the North Arch? My brother is a southern demon. So what if he has a saint physique? My distant cousin, Yao Yuekong, has a heavenly demon physique, Qi Huishui muttered. You're a demon? Pang Bo was surprised. Shut up and disappear. Qi Huishui was extremely disgusted with him. The veins on his smooth and jade-like forehead were throbbing. No wonder you're so beautiful. You're a demon girl. There are many demon lords in the southern mountains. You're from the demon imperial palace, Pang Bo cried out. Princess Qi's forehead was filled with black lines as she said, Big fatty, I'll remember this. You and the Saint Physique are not good people. Just wait and see. Actually, Pang Bo wasn't fat at all. He was just too tall and sturdy. He was 2 to 3 heads taller than the average person. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arms were as thick as the thighs of others. You're the fat one. This brother here is called Majestic, okay? You've never seen such a manly demon, right? Pang Bo said. Go and die. Qi Huishui ordered the others to make a move. Since he couldn't order them around, he took out a demon pagoda. With a flash of silver light, he flew forward. Ding! Yifan made his move. He caught the pagoda with his bare hands and knocked it away. He rubbed his chin and looked at Qi Huishui from left to right. He said, You're really a demon? He had captured Qi Huishui before, but he didn't expect her background to be so great. She came from the demon imperial palace that had existed since ancient times, and she was the younger sister of the southern demon. Regardless of whether it's the Eastern Wasteland Sky Demon Palace or the Southern Mountains Demon Imperial Palace, they all produced world-shaking great demons. Their descendants were born in human form, and their original form couldn't be seen at all, just like Yen Ruyu, Pang Bo said. He knew a little more than Yifan. After all, he had stayed in the demon race for a long time and knew a lot. Demon Qi, I don't have any grudges with you. Don't get so worked up when you see me. I still haven't planned to start a war with that legendary brother of yours. The people from the extraordinary warrior manor had heard of the southern demon. The southern demon was extremely mysterious and rarely appeared. He had always been reading the personal letters of the extraordinary warrior manor's predecessors and had been in seclusion. Yi, don't be so arrogant, cousin, what are you doing? The flood has rushed into the temple of the Dragon King. These are all my friends. A chuckle sounded out from not too far away. A purple-clothed male walked over. Brother Yuekong. Yi Fan laughed. It was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong. He was in high spirits as usual. Long time no see. Brother Ye's name has shaken the world. It's really impressive. Yao Yuekong walked over. Cousin, how did you know him? Princess Qi was very unhappy. She couldn't forget that Yi Fan had taken her as a maid. She had been imprisoned for a month, and just thinking about it made her gnash her teeth. Let bygones be bygones. Brother Yi is not an outsider. Yao Yuekong smiled. Boom. In the depths of the extraordinary warrior manor, an ancient mountain was filled with demonic aura. Endless divine light pierced through the sky, and an ancient demon imperial palace appeared. It was like the ancient heaven, majestic and grand. A supreme figure appeared out of thin air. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were filled with endless stars. It was incomparably deep, as if a demon god had descended. Could it be the legendary southern demon? Many people were shocked. Yi Fan's expression froze. No matter if it was the demonic King Hall or that godlike man, they were merely formed from a strand of divine sense that came out from the ancient mountain. For such an earth-shattering scene, one could imagine that person's cultivation. Just like a demon god. Pang Bo was also shocked. Chi, come back. A cold voice was heard. That strand of divine sense turned into a divine light, piercing through the void and took Princess Qi away. The southern demon is so powerful. Just a strand of divine sense is enough to surpass the other young experts. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw the southern demon in action. Little Yi, Li Heishui and the others rushed over. They didn't think that Yi Fan would be so daring to come to the extraordinary warrior manor. Come, let's find a place to drink. Wu Zhongtian said. Not long later, they came to a small wine shop. It was just by the roadside. It wasn't very big, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was impossible for the extraordinary warrior manor to have a big restaurant, but this kind of small wine shop was a bit different. It was a place that was decorated with natural beauty. Brother Yuekong, you actually have the heavenly demon physique. You really hit it well. Yi Fan raised his cup and said. My heavenly demon physique doesn't live up to its name. Yao Yuekong shook his head. Before he was born, he was plotted against in his mother's womb. He was congenitally deficient. It was already a miracle that he was able to survive, but it limited his future achievements. Unless I pass the 9 stages of death, I will be able to recreate the supreme elegance of the heavenly demon physique. Yao Yuekong didn't go into details, as if he didn't want to talk about the past. Is Qi Huishui's brother really that powerful? Pang Bo asked. That is my distant cousin. There is no doubt that his strength is on par with the Middle Emperor and the North Arch. Yao Yuekong nodded and warned them not to anger him. Extremely powerful. In the middle of the peach forest, a barbarian dressed in beast skin walked over. His black hair was thick, and he exuded a wild aura. It was Dongfang Yi. He rushed over after hearing the news and didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and drank a big bowl of wine before saying, I am also from the southern mountains. Back then, I saw him in an ancient forest. He killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. How strong was that demonic dragon? Comparable to a supreme existence. What? Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Are you sure that the demonic dragon was comparable to a supreme existence? Jiang Huiran didn't believe it. Of course. I roasted the dragon and ate it. Dongfang Yi nodded. Then what cultivation level is he at now? Li Heishui was shocked. 3 years ago, he killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, he had just passed his heavenly tribulation and entered the 2nd level of immortal foundation. Now, I think he has already consolidated his foundation and is comparable to a peak stage Saint Lord. The southern demon is actually so strong? I always thought that it was a story purposely made up by some busybody. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying young demon lord? Little Yi, are you here to see me? The fiery red peach blossoms were in full bloom. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. Ji Ziyue walked over with a radiant smile on her face. 2 dimples could be seen on her face as her violet robes fluttered in the wind. Beside her, Ji Haoyue, who had the God King physique, walked with a majestic gait. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were deep. He exuded the aura of an invincible God King, forming a stark contrast with the mischievous Ji Ziyue. At the table, Ji Haoyue didn't speak much. He was very steady, but each of his words carried weight. Some people soared up to the heavens when they were young, but they stopped there. Some people matured late, but they were full of potential. Looking at the ancient saints, the majority were the latter. For those with boundless potential, they would need to spend their entire lives unearthing it. That's right. It has always been so since ancient times. Hundreds or thousands of years later, in our generation, there might be some geniuses who would be forgotten by people, while there would be some fools who would soar up to the heavens. Yao Yuekong nodded. In that case, there's a high possibility that I would beat Wang Ting into a pig so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him? Li Heishui asked. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. People like North the Arch and South Demon can't be lacking in potential. Such momentum is unstoppable in the future. It's hard to say how far they will go. Late at night, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight was gentle. Even Ji Ziyue's face was flushed red from drinking. She was shouting that she wanted to suppress her brother. Ji Haoyue's face was full of black lines. He helped her sober up and wanted to pull her away. I'm not drunk. I can drink many cups of 1,000-year-old immortal brew. I just drank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cups. She breathed like orchids and danced among the peach blossoms. Under the night moon, she was like a fairy, dancing drunkenly. Little Yi, let's go suppress South Demon, suppress Middle Emperor, suppress Prefecture Master together tomorrow. Ji Ziyue was forcefully pulled away by her brother. She was indeed a little drunk. She mumbled that she still wanted to suppress her evil brother. Do you know where the starry ancient path to the outer region is? Yi Fan sent Ji Ziyue and her sister away and returned to ask Yao Yuekong and Dongfang Yi. No one knows. The few of them shook their heads. It was late at night. They left the small wine shop and came to a spiritual mountain. There were many mountain peaks, and everyone had their own cave abode. Under the pure white moonlight, auspicious qi flowed. In the latter half of the night, everything was silent. Yi Fan walked out alone and stood on the mountain peak. He looked at the entire Qishe residence. As far as the eye could see, there was the light of ascension. Suddenly, he felt a strong aura. He quickly turned around and saw a man walking out of nothingness. He stood in an ancient demon sovereign palace like a demon god. South Demon. Yi Fan's heart jumped. South Demon was unfathomable. He opened up a small world with a strand of his divine will. It was as though he was standing in ancient heaven. He looked down and there were star regions in his eyes. It was as though the ancient demon sovereign had been reborn. I've seen you before. You come from the outer region, South Demon Qi Lin said calmly. Yi Fan was shocked. He stared at him and didn't understand why he said that. The moonlight was like water. South Demon Qi Lin stood in the nothingness. His eyes were deep as he said, 9 dragons pulling a coffin. You came from the outer region. There were more than 10 of you who crossed the star region. You are one of them. You. Chapter 658. In the dead of night, the mountain peak was extremely empty. A divine moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down white light onto the ground. A clear spring gurgled, and from time to time, birds would cry. Yi Fan stood on a boulder, his heart trembling. How did the other party know these secrets? Could it be that an old friend had fallen into his hands? How did you know? Qi Lin, the southern demon, had an imposing figure and an imposing aura. His black hair was thick, and his eyes were frightening. He said, I witnessed everything from the ancient demon imperial palace. I saw all of you descend from the sky and appear in the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. How is that possible? How could you have seen what happened in the eastern barren territory when you were in the Nanling Mountains? Yi Fan was shocked. The distance between the southern mountains and the eastern wasteland could be measured with astronomical figures. It was extremely far, and a cultivator would need to fly for more than 10 years to reach it. How could a person travel such a long distance? The demonic king palace, which has been left behind since the ancient times, contains a blood sacrificial altar. On it, there is a heaven and earth Dharma eye. It is one of the most precious immortal treasures in the world. If a person's arcane energy was strong enough, they could use this Dharma eye to observe the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the universe, the stars, the past, the present, and the future. However, unless one was an ancient emperor, one could not use this eye. The amount of spiritual energy required to use it was far too great. It was not something a normal person could handle. Therefore, although there was such a heaven and earth eye, the many demons in the Demon King Palace could not investigate everything in the world. It was only during the cycle of reincarnation every 10,000 years that the Dharma eye would flash on its own, allowing it to be used for a short time. Since ancient times, the biggest problem that plagued cultivators was life and death. No one could live forever, not even the ancient emperors. Because of this, during this 10,000-year cycle, a few peerless old monsters used it to observe the eastern wasteland's 7 great life forbidden zones and explore the various secrets of the immortal divine medicine. And it was precisely because of this that they coincidentally discovered the 9 dragons' coffin falling from the sky and landing on the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was easy to imagine the shock in their hearts. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of tales of visitors from the outer realms, but I never thought that I would be able to witness it with my own eyes. Qi Lin's eyes were bright and full of expression. The sun and moon rose, and dragons and phoenixes flew out. The brilliance was terrifying, and it was extremely mysterious. That's right. We came from the outside and somehow ended up on this side of the starry sky. At this point, there was no need for Yi Fan to hide anything. Qi Lin took a step out of the Demon King's palace and descended from the sky. His steps were calm as if he was stepping on the stairway to heaven. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had the unique aura of a demon king that could shock the world. He had no intention of attacking. He sat cross-legged on the ground and asked Yi Fan about everything on the other side of the starry sky. It was very important to him. Different star domains had different foundations. This was a clash of ideas. Yi Fan's past and various experiences were like a 1,000-year-old divine treasury to the people of this world. Yi Fan responded calmly and talked about the situation on the other side of the starry sky. This caused the southern demon's thoughts to wander, and he said, just how vast is the outer realm? Yi Fan also asked him about many of the secrets of this world. The two of them sat facing each other for most of the night. Finally, the southern goblin stood up and said, if I can't personally visit that world, it will always be an illusion. There's an ancient starry sky path here that leads to the outer realm. Can you find it? I don't have any clues. I don't know at all. I suspect it's not in the Chishire manner. The southern goblin shook his head and turned to leave. After that, in the following days, the southern goblin would come every night. The relationship between the two of them was very special. They would consult each other and verify what they needed. On the last night, before the southern goblin left, he said, in the future, we will compete on the path of the great emperor. If you are defeated, I will let you go and repay your kindness today." After that, he never appeared again. The powerful southern goblin was unfathomable. Just a wisp of his divine sense was enough to show disdain for the younger generation. He was extremely mysterious. And now, at this stage, Yi Fan, as a Saint Physique, would definitely compete with others on the path of the great emperor in the future. Even if there was no conflict between them, they would still have to fight. This was a helpless choice because there would only be one great emperor in a world and an era. It was impossible for two to be born. The rise of many kings seemed to be prosperous, but in the end, it was also filled with endless sorrow. The path of the great emperor was a path of no return. One could only move forward. If one fell behind by a step, it would mean that the yellow soil would be stained with blood. One could only move forward by stepping on the corpses of many kings, singing triumphantly all the way to the end. As long as one failed, or made a mistake, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. There would no longer be a path of life and death. The southern goblin had no great enmity with Yi Fan, but in the future, there was destined to be a life and death battle. It was unavoidable. There was no right or wrong. It was only a cruel choice to walk on the path of the great emperor. Yi Fan's arrival at the Cheshire Manor caused a commotion. In the past few days, there were many people who came to watch from afar. There were those who admired him, but there were also those who were unconvinced and hated him. "Little Yi Z, a follower like you is really incompetent. Wherever you go, you attract attention and trouble." Ji Clan's little moon grumbled. "Since when did I become your follower? I brought you everywhere to look for that ancient starry sky path, but you followed behind me. What is that?" Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes and said with dissatisfaction. "That works too." Yi Fan was speechless. In the past few days, he had asked Ji Ziyue to help him search for the ancient starry sky path. This caused Ji Clan's divine king physique to glare at him as if he was a thief. They were afraid that he would abduct Ji Clan's little moon. After the battle at Qinling, Ji Clan's protection of Ji Ziyue was greatly strengthened. They could not allow anything to happen to her. And it was also because of this battle that countless major powers and immortal inheritances came to visit. They only had one goal, and that was to propose marriage. All of them wanted to form a marriage alliance. Those major powers also did not know what kind of physique Ji Ziyue had. Only the Peacock King and a few extremely knowledgeable people knew, but this did not prevent people from paying great attention to her. She could borrow the power of heaven and earth to push Yi Fan to the height where he could fight against a divine lord. At that time, everyone was shocked. This kind of physique was definitely extraordinary. "Divine physique, stop. I want to fight with you." Finally, someone could not hold back and stood out, blocking Yi Fan's path and challenging him. In the Cheshire residence, private fights were not allowed. Only challenges could be carried out with the consent of the other party. Everything was to protect the weak. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Yi Fan looked at the other party. "It doesn't matter if you know me or not. What's important is that I don't like you. I want to kill you." The person was very arrogant. He was just short of pointing at Yi Fan's nose and cursing. "Are you tired of living?" Pang Bo was impulsive and wanted to slap him to death. "Divine physique, do you dare to fight with me? I won't use any Genesis techniques and will fight with my real cultivation." This young man was very arrogant. His voice was very loud and startled many cultivators in the vicinity. "All right, I will fight with you." Yi Fan nodded and agreed. "Little Yi, something is wrong. Now, other than Northarch and some other heaven-defying monsters, how many people would dare to make a move against you? Although this person is very strong, he is still far from Northarch." Pang Bo was puzzled. The Exterminating Immortals platform was a place specially used for duels in the Cheshire residence. Yi Fan climbed up and took out his black chariot against the man who was shouting. It rumbled and rolled over. "Are you kidding me? That's the legendary Imperial Divine Weapon. How can we fight against it? It's invincible in the same cultivation realm. Even a dozen people won't be enough to kill it. You're cheating. The man in front of him was so scared that he rushed into the sky and didn't dare to take it head-on. I didn't say that I couldn't use it. It's better to end it quickly. Yi Fan was too lazy to make a move. He used his artifact to suppress the man and didn't want to waste time. Boom! The black chariot flew up and hit the man in front of him. He coughed out blood and his body cracked. He screamed and fell on the exterminating immortals platform. If it wasn't for the rule that one couldn't kill the opponent, this man would have died without a doubt. Someone like you wants to challenge me? Pang Bo shook his head. However, things didn't stop there. In the next half a month, there were people who jumped out to challenge Yi Fan from time to time. Many people were involved. After that, they finally got serious. Some people wanted to fight to the death and went to the dragon-scraping platform in front of the mountain gate. Yi Fan was very unyielding and didn't refuse anyone. He killed 3 people in 2 days. Go to the immortal vein and fight to the death. Let's go all out. Finally, someone took a step forward and wanted to fight to the death with Yi Fan without caring about the consequences. Are they tired of living? The real heaven-defying genius didn't make a move. Did these people eat immortal guts? Pang Bo was even more hesitant. They're trying to lure me out of the Cheshire residence step by step, away from the perception range of the powerhouses in the residence. Someone wants to kill me. Yi Fan sneered disdainfully. What do you want to do? This immortal vein contains great dragon chi. I'll carve some formation runes. If they dare to come, I'll make them all stay. Yi Fan said coldly. Dongfang Yi said, Brother Yi, the saint bone you gave me has been refined into the mace by my granduncle. It can release an attack of a legendary saint weapon. He handed over the mace, wanting to lend it to Yi Fan. It was a priceless saint weapon. Although it could only release one attack, it could definitely destroy the world. Even an invincible king would be turned into ashes if hit by an ancient saint's weapon. Divine lords wouldn't be able to escape. Carrying the heavy mace, Yi Fan and Pang Bo's hearts jumped. Enough. With such a saint weapon, no matter how many people come, they'll die. Pang Bo said. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath and said, Are those people really going to make a big move? Don't tell me they brought a saint weapon too. It was impossible to bring an emperor weapon because they had just used it not long ago. The inheritances of the Undying couldn't be taken out immediately and had to be used to suppress their foundation. Every time they were brought out, they had to prepare for a long time. Someone wants to kill me. Ziyue, go and ask your brother if he can borrow a perfect saint weapon. Yi Fan said. What do you think a saint's weapon is? Even an undying inheritance can't be used. Yin Yang sect relied on a mirror to establish themselves in central state and become a supreme sect. Because of that, they became invincible. Go and ask your brother. Maybe we can get the mirror and give it to your Ji family as a betrothal gift. Yi Fan smiled. Go and die. What are you thinking? The ancient saint's weapon contains a god's will. It's almost impossible to subdue. It's an invincible existence. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes. Central State has a dragon-seeking Earth Master. This place is suitable to draw the dragon chi. In order to resist my Genesis art, they might have invited a peerless genius. Yi Fan muttered to himself. 5 days later, Yi Fan walked out of the unique scholar manor and arrived at an immortal vein. As soon as he arrived, he didn't hesitate to throw out over 1,000 pieces of jade, all of which were engraved with heaven origin divine marks. Loud noises rang out one after another. All the dragon chi in the ancestral root rushed out. A terrifying ripple came from afar. A peerless killing formation was activated. As expected, they invited a genius and drew the power of the ancestral root. Yi Fan's heart trembled, but he was not afraid. He had already made the first move. Damn it. A curse came from afar. The dragon-seeking Earth Master's runes were activated and destroyed everything. Roar, a huge dragon roar resounded. 81 heavenly dragons rushed out from the ground and rose into the sky. They were several thousand zhang long. The huge dragon formation had been activated. Damn it, a genius was indeed attracted. Yi Fan sneered. The power of the ancestral root and the terrifying great dragon god formation could definitely grind the Saint Lords to death. Boom! A terrifying ripple came from afar. A blazing light shone down and an ancient mirror floated in the air. It emitted a ripple that could even make peerless kings tremble. The ancient saint's weapon, yin-yang mirror. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Just as he had expected, a saint weapon had been invited. Boom! Behind Yi Fan, a divine splendor flew out. A scarlet blood divine phoenix soared into the sky. A scarlet gold divine lamp blocked the terrifying light beam and stopped the yin-yang ancient mirror. Such a powerful force. How many Saint Lords would die here? Pang Bo was alarmed. This is only an imitation of an ancient saint weapon. Even though it came from the hands of a saint, it is not a true saint weapon. It is incomplete. Behind them, Ji Haoyue appeared. Wang Yangzhan, so your lifespan is almost up. Yi Fan shouted. The yin-yang sect master appeared. There was a red and black ancient mirror above his head. A terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. He was expressionless and lacked vitality. There was an additional aura of death. Time waits for no one. My lifespan is almost up. Today, I will eliminate you for the later generations. The yin-yang sect master was very helpless. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, but in the end, he could not resist the erosion of time. His lifespan was exhausted, and he could no longer survive. Originally, he should have died a few years ago. He had been using the dragon marrow to prolong his life, but in the end, he could not obtain the illusory divine marrow. Ordinary dragon marrow was no longer effective. Do you think you can kill me like this? Yi Fan laughed coldly. The yin-yang sect master's life force was almost completely extinguished. He was more or less like a dead person. Right now, his smile that was like that of a malicious spirit was extremely terrifying. Even though the yin-yang mirror I brought isn't that holy weapon, it still came from the hands of this saint. Who would have thought that the Ji family's great figure would also come and hold a similar weapon? Yi Fan's expression was cold. He calmly looked at him and didn't say anything else. However, none of this is important. Inviting an extraordinary person and obtaining a damaged saint weapon isn't a method to kill you. Speaking up to here, the yin-yang sect master shouted loudly, the important thing is that I saw you. With just a glance, you are dead for sure. Retreat. Someone cried out in the darkness, warning him with a cry of alarm. However, it was a bit too late. A terrifying aura pervaded the air and immediately locked onto Yi Fan. Hong. The yin-yang sect master's body shattered. He died in a seated posture, evaporating into a streak of blazing radiance. Then, he turned into a fist-sized silver little person. His left eye was black like ink, and his right eye was scarlet red like blood. It was extremely strange. Even though it wasn't the size of a palm, it made one's blood run cold. Not good, the yin-yang sect's death curse is unbreakable in this world. After killing the enemy, one will fall into purgatory as well. They will only be destroyed after suffering the most terrifying torment in this world. Yin-yang sect master cared so much about the holy body, actually releasing the yin-yang death curse before dying. The great figures cried out in alarm. Even they didn't dare approach because touching it would result in certain death. I died, but I also completely eliminated a great disaster for my descendants. The yin-yang sect master roared loudly. One could imagine what kind of pressure the current Yi Fan brought them. His rise was already unstoppable, yet this living fossil even used this type of method. Even before death, he still wanted to drag him down with him. The silver little person seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. One eye was pitch black like ink, the other scarlet red like blood. It crossed time and space, impossible to avoid, impossible to shake off. It threw itself in front of Yi Fan. Hong. The radiance was endless. Yin-yang life and death force immediately buried Yifan inside. The death curse erupted, and a boundless hell appeared. Dark Azura Hall and Purgatory rose and fell, erasing everything. Chapter 659. Yin-yang Death Curse. This was the strongest attack of the Yin-yang sect leader before his death. No matter if you were a holy lord or a fiend lord, if you were hit, it would be hard for you to escape. Azura Hell, Yama Kings of the 10 Halls, all sorts of illusions appeared. Pitch-black palaces appeared one after another. They were grand and horrifying. It was as if they had arrived in a realm of death. The small silver person that was less than the size of a palm was formed from the Yin-yang sect leader's entire life's battle strength. Before his death, he gathered all his power and turned it into a blazing light that buried Yifan underneath. It's over, little Yifan won't be able to escape. Not good, the Yin-yang death curse has no solution. As long as he is hit, he will die without a doubt. In the back, the expressions of the people who were concerned changed. It was useless even if the powerhouses came. Touching it would mean certain death. There was no solution at all. Little Yifan, hold on. GZUS sat in the void and released divine light. She borrowed the boundless power of heaven and earth to activate a scarlet gold divine lamp towards her brother. This was a damaged holy weapon that was left behind by an ancient saint of the G family. Even though there was a huge flaw in it and it couldn't compare to a true holy weapon, it was still extremely domineering. It wouldn't be a problem for it to kill a holy lord. The scarlet gold divine lamp was incomparably precious. Because of this, 3 powerhouses came to protect it. They helped Ji Haoyue and activated it with the source of a divine king. Qi. The ancient lamp flickered and hadn't been extinguished since ancient times. The red divine gold flickered with scarlet light. It was incomparably bright. The light was resplendent and a divine phoenix soared into the sky, its voice resounding through the 9 heavens. The scarlet blood divine phoenix soared through the sky and wiped out the boundless formation patterns. The mountain range in front burned like paper and turned into ashes. Bo. On the other side, a black and red ancient mirror appeared and floated up and down. One side was as black as ink and the other was as red as blood. It shot out a yin-yang death light. Clang! The scarlet blood divine phoenix and this ancient mirror collided continuously. In just an instant, the boundless mountain range turned into dust. Nothing was left. During this process, almost all the people hiding in this area died. 2 powerhouses couldn't escape this calamity. This terrifying scene caused those even further away to tremble uncontrollably. These were the weapons of the ancient saints, but they were only damaged replicas and not true sacred objects. The might of a saint is unshakable. A single drop of blood essence is enough to kill a top saint lord. Even though this broken weapon is almost completely destroyed, it still can't resist. Little Yi. Everyone cried out in alarm. That scarlet blood divine phoenix was extremely powerful. It circled around Yifan, but it couldn't swoop down at all. That yin-yang ancient mirror blocked his path. It was extremely terrifying, devouring the power of heaven and earth. There was no way to get close. Moreover, even if he were to get close, it would be very difficult to neutralize, and he might even be turned into ashes. At this moment, Yifan felt as if 10,000 arrows were piercing through his heart. The yin-yang death curse approached his body, wishing to strike at his soul. This was a strange power that was pervasive and difficult to defend against. Around him, lovely land, immortal king descending on the 9 heavens, golden sea of bitterness, and other phenomena appeared. However, the most effective one was still the yin-yang picture of life and death. It intertwined with that death curse and continuously evolved. A yin-yang picture floated up and down, emitting a terrifying might. Around it, dark Azura Hall, 10-directional purgatory, and other phenomena revolved. Yi, hold on. Pang Bo roared loudly. The Demon Emperor 9 slashes were executed at the same time, and they contained his life essence. Bang! A powerhouse from the Ji clan slapped his palm and used his hand to forcefully draw back his life essence. He poured it into Pang Bo's body and said, "It's useless, you will only lose yourself." "Then what should we do?" Ji Ziyue asked. After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth and spat out a divine multicolored light that shot towards Yifan like a waterfall. "Ziyue, what are you doing?" Ji Haoyue was astonished. The phenomenon of a bright moon rising over the sea appeared. The blue sea was boundless, and the waves were clear and crystalline. A bright moon rose up and blocked that divine multicolored light. "This secret treasure has fused with your primordial spirit. You can't use it, and you can't destroy it either. Otherwise, you will die." The powerhouse from the Ji clan was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Chi. The divine multicolored light trembled and was forcefully drawn back into Ji Ziyue's body. She shook and said, "This is the divine item from the Bronze Immortal Palace. It should be able to break the death curse. I will be fine." "No, you haven't fused with it. If you use it rashly, you will definitely die. There will be a great disaster." The Ji clan's elder quickly sealed her, afraid that she would act recklessly. In the distance, everyone was astonished. They all knew that Ji Ziyue had a secret treasure in her body, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Countless years ago, someone carried out half of an immortal corpse from the Bronze Immortal Palace. It was divided equally by the strongest sacred grounds in the eastern wasteland. The Ji clan obtained an immortal treasure from it and nurtured it in Ji Ziyue's body. Back then, in the eastern wasteland, little Nan Nan revealed a strange expression and said that there was a treasure in Ji Ziyue's body. The yin-yang life and death curse was very special. It was all-pervasive and couldn't be blocked by any secret technique. Once it locked onto a person, it would go straight to the source. Boom! Yifan's body shook violently. The yin-yang death curse entered his body, extinguishing his life force. Death energy surged, wanting to destroy everything about him. "Suppress!" he shouted lightly. 9 ancient characters appeared and entered his body. The 9 emperor characters from the Tao scripture flowed in like mercury, wanting to suppress the yin-yang life and death curse. No, his realm is too low. Even if he has the emperor's formation runes, he can't truly activate it and can't display its true effects. In the distance, a Ji clan expert said. The yin-yang death curse burned Yifan's divine power, destroying his life force. It wreaked havoc in his body, wanting to devour him and turn him into a corpse. This wasn't an ordinary attack, but a type of resentment curse. It was extremely strange and impossible to defend against. Once it locked onto someone's aura, it wouldn't stop until one party died. Immortal 6 seals. Runes flickered in Yifan's eyes. Countless stars flickered. He used his divine will to carve words in his body. They were densely packed like the vast starry sky. Boom! Divine flames burned fiercely, but it was still useless. The yin-yang death curse couldn't be destroyed. It was formed from the source of heaven and earth, a formless and intangible thing. "Ah!" Yifan shouted loudly. The golden blood in his body quickly flowed, and his heart thundered like a heavenly drum. The fluctuations it released caused everyone's ears to ring. The yin-yang death curse could kill a saint lord. He relied on his powerful physique to resist until now. Yin-yang runes appeared one after another on the surface of Yifan's body. They were filled with death energy. "Little Yifan!" Li Heishui and the others shouted. They were anxious but couldn't do anything to help. Yifan raised the wolf tooth club in his hand with difficulty. This was something Dongfang Yi had lent him. It could display the divine might of an ancient saint's weapon, but he couldn't use it at all right now. Unless he destroyed himself, there was nothing he could do. The curse was formless and had long become one with him. Yifan's body trembled. He sat in the air. Within the sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, and dragon transformation realms, scripture sounds rang out, resounding through the heavens. He cultivated 4 powerful ancient scriptures. Even though they were all damaged, when they were pieced together, they were still unparalleled in the world. They possessed unparalleled profound mysteries of the great Tao. The scriptures were like thunder, like dragons, like phoenixes, like chilants, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The winds and clouds changed, and the world lost color. However, it was still difficult to erase the curse. The saint physique is truly frightening. He grasps all kinds of secret techniques. If he reached the Saint Lord realm, he could be said to be unrivaled under the heavens. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break the yin-yang death curse. However, his current cultivation realm is too low. The Ji family's experts were shocked. The death curse formed from the life of a living fossil actually didn't immediately erase him. This is truly frightening. The people from the enemy forces felt a chill run down their spines. This kind of saint physique was truly terrifying. Who would be able to contend against him in the future? Break for me! Yi Fan roared. However, he still couldn't do anything. The death curse was formless and intangible. It tangled together with his source. The fatal strike of a living fossil was something he couldn't break with his current cultivation realm. All kinds of attempts, all of them were futile. Yi Fan became ruthless, not resisting it at all. He activated the death curse, rushing into the depths of his sea of reincarnation's source. Now, there were 2 pieces of green copper there. They were both calm and unperturbed, not reacting at all. He was going to use them to attack the Central Province's supreme treasure. Hong! Endless brilliance shot out from his body. The deathly aura surged like a boiling pot, collapsing in all directions. The saint physique can still persist. Everyone almost didn't dare believe this. The yin-yang death curse rushed into the sea of reincarnation, smashing into the 2 pieces of green copper. It was immediately blasted out, most of it scattering, forced out of the sea of reincarnation divine spring. Bastard! Yi Fan cursed. These 2 pieces of old copper didn't move at all. They blasted back the death curse, and then they became as still as boulders, not doing anything. In the end, his expression changed. The curse rushed into his sea of consciousness, wishing to destroy his spirit. If the flesh was destroyed, it could still be restored. If the divine sense was destroyed, then it was the same as one no longer existing. Yi Fan released a great roar. He had no choice but to abandon his flesh and first use his divine sense to escape. At the space between his brows, that small golden lake pulsed. A small golden figure that was exactly the same as him walked out, about to rush into the sky. However, the death energy was like an abyss, cutting off the path ahead, forcibly locking him down in front of the space between his brows, difficult for him to escape. Not good, the yin-yang death curse's most terrifying side has appeared. There is nothing it can't burn, nothing it can't destroy. Those who understood this all took steps backwards, their hearts trembling in fear. The terrifying death curse was completely activated, there was already no way to neutralize it. Heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the flame, burn deities, destroy all living things. This was precisely the yin-yang death curse, something established by the most powerful ancient saint. It was rumored that in his later years, he encountered a foreign deity, destroying his own body to destroy his divine sense. The world was like a copper furnace, the death curse the flame, burning fiercely, roasting Yi Fan's flesh, refining his divine sense. Walala. The small golden figure formed by Yi Fan's divine sense opened its mouth and sucking out an ancient diagram from the myriad chi cauldron, draping it over his body. There were stars twinkling on it, like a star chart, flowing with a dreamy luster. This was the immortal treasure taken out from the chaotic nest of 10,000 dragons, held by Emperor of Fighting and ruthless Great Emperor. Boom! The death curse was completely activated, but it was not able to destroy Yi Fan immediately, only burning him to the point where he was almost shattered. He's not dead yet. In the distance, the enemy forces all felt a chill in their hearts. The life force of a saint body was too strong, even with the protection of a secret treasure, it should not be able to last for so long. Little Yi, hold on, if you can't break it, then exhaust the death curse's power. Gzus shouted. Yes, we have already exhausted the yin-yang hierarch to death, then exhaust his death curse too, let him die in vain, leaving nothing but regret. Pang Bo and the others also shouted. He can hold on for at most an hour. Maybe he can hold on for a day. The enemies in the dark all sneered, many of them preparing to collect the corpse. 1 hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Yi Fan really persevered, spending a full 8 days, but he was still not dead, still bitterly holding on. Damn, is this the reincarnation of the 9-life cat? Damn it, how is he still alive? The enemies could not sit still, but there was nothing they could do. 8 days had already passed, it had already alarmed the Cheshire mansion. A few powerful vice mansion masters came over, laying down a 10-direction great formation to protect this place. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, a month had passed. Yi Fan's bones were all burnt out, his flesh was almost dried up, but he was still alive. Why is he still not dead? Little Yi, hold on, the death curse's power is almost exhausted. The reaction of the enemies and the friendly people were completely different, but there was one thing in common, and that was their emotions were excited, unable to calm down. This time, the yin-yang death curse had appeared, but it had not been able to refine Yi Fan even after a month. This alarmed the major powers of the Central Plains, and many great characters came to watch. Not to mention the geniuses of the Cheshire Mansion, as well as the many young experts of the Central Plains, they all came to watch the center of the scene every day. In the blink of an eye, 7 by 7 for 49 days, Yi Fan's body was almost burned out. His bones were protruding out, his flesh was in tatters, and his golden blood was almost dried up. This was a purgatory-like torture, and his divine sense was also erratic. The little golden person was motionless, sitting cross-legged in front of his forehead, submerged in the death curse's fire. Yi Fan knew that the reason he was able to persevere was not only because his saint body's vitality surpassed others, but also because of the green bronze piece and the star chart. Although they were useless, they were still very useful. The heaven and earth were the furnace, and the yin and yang were the fire, transforming into a terrifying divine furnace. It truly manifested and trapped Yi Fan inside. Boom! On the 49th day, the skies suddenly flashed with thunder and lightning. Fierce gales arose, and blazing lightning poured down like the falling galaxy from the 9 heavens. What a freak, he's undergoing tribulation at this time. Even after 79 days of refinement, he still failed to refine him to death, but he actually broke through at this time. How can this be? The saint body is too terrifying. Could it be that the yin-yang sect leader died for nothing? Yi Fan actually attracted the heavenly tribulation when he was on the brink of death, using this as a pretext to rise to the next level. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. Yi Fan was too tenacious. He was unyielding even after being refined for 49 days, and he even broke through at this critical juncture. It was simply too freakish. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet of lightning descended from the sky. This was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation in the past. Because this time around, he was breaking through to a greater secret realm and not just a minor realm. The great circle of dragon transformation, the dragon soared into the immortal platform. The scene of the heavenly tribulation that was attracted was truly terrifying. In the withered body of Yi Fan, a huge dragon rose from his spine, rushing straight to the immortal platform. It transformed into an eternal divine light, looking disdainfully at the world. This dragon was truly resurrected, and now it wanted to advance to an even higher realm. It spat out an immortal pearl that transformed into a supreme immortal platform. Chapter 660. Lightning descended, drowning the mountain region. A vast and boundless ocean appeared. Everyone backed up. This was a boundless heavenly tribulation, making everyone tremble in fear. The ocean of lightning was incomparably terrifying. A streak of electrical radiance shot out, blasting a great mountain into ashes. Everyone was horrified. There was so much lightning, just how terrifying of a power would it possess? If all of it descended, this immortal earth would no longer exist. However, the lightning tribulation this time was quite special. Only a few streaks of electrical radiance occasionally shot out, and they were relatively concentrated. They descended together, burying towards Yifan, and not randomly striking towards other places. This is the most terrifying heavenly tribulation of the Dragon Ascension platform. Only a few ancient texts in the Holy Lands have records of it. Outsiders have no way of knowing about it. Ji family's great figure widened his eyes. This isn't a normal heavenly tribulation. There haven't been many since the ancient times. There will definitely be mysterious and indescribable things that happen. Those who face this type of tribulation are all heaven-defying freaks that incur the jealousy of the heavens. Hong. The vast ocean of lightning descended, the tremendous sound making everyone's ears feel intense pain. Many people tumbled outwards, their ears bleeding, unable to stand in place at all. At the center of the endless sea of lightning, Yifan was still resisting the death curse. His entire body flickered with divine splendor. The great dragon on his spine raised its head, spitting out pearls to transform into an immortal platform, merging with his head. This was the final secret realm, immortal platform. The human body was nurtured like a great dragon. With a single leap, he ascended into the heavens as a platform, entering the final secret realm. It was mysterious beyond mysterious. Even though his body was in tatters, it still turned into a streak of eternal light. The dragon leapt up, illuminating all living things, returning to the primordial, possessing the mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation was extremely special, suppressing downwards, not activating for a long time. It didn't attack, but the terrifying divine might became more and more frightening, intimidating one's soul. What appeared in that sea of lightning? Endless palaces, forming an endless expanse. Everyone was shocked, all of them horrified. This type of scene was too sinister. The imposing palaces were majestic, rising and falling within the terrifying sea of lightning. That is the ancient heaven. Inconceivable, did the ancient heaven really exist? 10,000 years ago, the demon emperor wanted to rebuild the ancient heaven. Could it be related to this? Everyone trembled with fear. Within the endless lightning, ancient buildings appeared one after another, all of them condensed from electrical radiance. Now, they were slowly taking form, the pressure making it hard for everyone to breathe. The tribulation didn't strike Yifan, not because there was no danger, but because it wasn't time yet. Everyone believed that when it descended, it would be earth-shattering. At this moment, Yifan was still undergoing purgatory-like refinement. His golden blood had almost dried up, and even his bones were exposed. His body was in tatters. Heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the fire. They interweaved together, truly manifesting, forming a yin-yang 8 trigrams furnace. How could there really be a divine cauldron? This especially made to destroy the holy body was, it, up, it. Under, it. Yi. Yi. Yi, God, and. Yifan endured endless suffering because he was unyielding. His will was like steel, comprehending the Tao in the realm of death, resisting the death curse, refining his heart in the yin-yang divine furnace. The flames of this furnace burned fiercely, submerging his body. However, it couldn't be extinguished. The two fought for 79 days, but to no avail. Yifan had accumulated to this point. He activated his own lightning tribulation, preparing to break it both from the inside and the outside. This divine furnace seemed to have existed since time immemorial. It burned fiercely and emitted an undying divine light. It had already been 49 days since it refined Yifan. The yin and yang energies circulated in an incomparably terrifying manner. "Break for me!" Yifan shouted. At this point, he felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Breaking the deadlock was right in front of him. This was the result of his careful consideration. He was going to use the heavenly tribulation to break the deadlock. The great dragon on his back shone with boundless brilliance, suppressing the divine light of the yin-yang divine furnace. The true dragon leapt up. His head merged with the dragon's head, forming an immortal platform. Boom! The little golden figure sitting in front of his forehead quickly returned. The two merged as one, and he successfully entered the last secret realm of the human body. At the same time, the heavenly punishment truly erupted, drowning him in a sea of lightning. All types of divine light, boundless violet heavens, divine lightning of great divination, 5 elements origin lightning, 9 tribulation lightning, all of them struck down. This was a surging sea, a world of tribulation and punishment. It was unknown how many types of lightning tribulations descended at the same time, each and every one of them incomparably terrifying. After successfully breaking into a great secret realm, the great heavenly tribulation would be many times more terrifying than before. Such a tribulation was something that even a holy lord would die with a grievance. However, Yi Fan was bitterly enduring. He clenched his teeth and endured it with his withered body. He used the heavenly tribulation to baptize his flesh and sea of consciousness, all for the sake of dispelling the death curse. It was unknown how many types of lightning were guided into Yi Fan's body, baptizing his flesh. Eternal light flickered and boundless lightning hacked about. This was a world-shocking great tribulation. Pooh! Golden blood splashed everywhere. Yi Fan's broken body was riddled with holes. Even someone as powerful as his body was in such a state. One could well imagine how terrifying the lightning this time was. Ka! Even his bones were broken. White bones protruded out from his flesh and blood. It was extremely bloody and terrifying. However, he didn't even let out a groan and continued guiding the lightning into his body. At the same time, the tiny golden figure in the center of his brows merged with his body. After entering the Immortal Foundation's secret realm, it reappeared and sat cross-legged in the air. It opened its mouth and drew in a deep breath, absorbing all the lightning in the sky. The tiny golden figure was like a bottomless pit. The lightning from all directions struck down, all rivers flowing into the sea, all of them were sucked in. His flesh and divine sense were both baptized, bathing in the light of the heavens as a blinding light flashed. This was a fearsome might. His body and divine sense were on the verge of shattering. One could very well imagine what the consequences would be if others were to endure it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the copper heaven and earth furnace was shattered. Yin-yang divine light shot out in all directions. The effect of the heavenly tribulation finally manifested. The yin-yang death curse suffered a blow. What was the heaviest yang energy in this world? Naturally, it was thunder and lightning. It could destroy all yin spirits and annihilate all darkness energy. The death curse also belonged to this category. This was the method that Yi Fan thought was feasible after thinking about it. He wanted to use this to break through the situation. Right now, it seemed that the effect was great and it could definitely destroy the death curse. Patches of lightning descended as all sorts of tribulations appeared, completely drowning out the entire space. The final thunderous sound rang out. The area around Yi Fan was completely illuminated. The yin-yang divine furnace was shattered and completely disappeared. The power of the death curse was obliterated, destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. However, the price for this was extremely great. Yi Fan didn't guide the lightning into his body. He was almost split apart by the lightning. Over 100 of his bones were broken and he almost lost his human form. Even the tiny golden figure was almost broken into pieces and was on the verge of destruction. He had no choice but to do this. Only by completely letting go would he be able to destroy the power of the death curse. If not, it would leave behind a disaster. Little Yi Fan. Behind him, Ji Ziyue, Peng Bo, Li Heishui and the others exclaimed. Yi Fan opened his eyes. At this moment, he could finally resist. He swallowed the 3 fragments of the immortal pill he obtained from the ancient dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains. Boom! Resplendent divine light rushed into the heavens and drowned him within in an instant. The joints all over his body moved and crackled incessantly. His flesh also rapidly swelled and recovered its vitality. It was as if he was reborn. The immortal pill of immortality had been nourished in the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's body for 70,000 years. It absorbed the origin of the Qinling Mountain's great dragon and seized the fortune of the heavens. If one was complete, it could allow one to prove the Tao. This was only 3% of the fragments, but it was already quite considerable. It was enough to regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. Yi Fan's injured body recovered rapidly, even if his divine sense was damaged. Moreover, he began to resist the heavenly tribulation at this time, so the damage he received was minimized. Great! Pang Bo and the others cheered. Meanwhile, the opposing forces were all incomparably disappointed. All of their faces were gloomy. This result was unacceptable. A dragon and phoenix cry rang out. Divine phoenixes danced around Yi Fan, true dragons spiraled, Qilins gazed at the sky, and immortal spirits appeared one after another, dazzling and resplendent. Essence chi from all directions gushed over like water. There was even immortal light from the lightning tribulation that blotted out the sky, converging on his body, healing his injuries. Yi Fan's body rapidly recovered, swelling up. His flesh and blood flickered with a sparkling luster as his broken bones reconnected. His body was like a seven-colored glaze. This was the wondrous effect of the immortal pill of immortality. It could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead on the spot, and the effects could be seen immediately. He instantly grew stronger and there was no longer any trace of a defeated look on his face. Finally, amidst the rumbling of thunder and lightning, a war divine-like figure stood in the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind as his entire body shone with a resplendent light. Yi Fan climbed to the peak. His injuries to his physical body and divine sense were healed. Every single move he made contained boundless combat prowess. He could sense how powerful his immortal foundation was. And at this moment, the true danger descended. In the sea of lightning, ancient buildings could be seen floating in the air. Within a majestic palace that resembled the ancient heaven, a humanoid life form walked out. Human-shaped lightning. Human-shaped lightning from the legends. From afar, everyone exclaimed in shock. From ancient times until now, the number of people who could summon this kind of lightning could be counted on one's fingers. In the end, all of them became heaven-defying existences. Even the records of them were vague. Boom! A humanoid life form rushed over. Above its head, there was an eternal sacred cauldron that flickered with flames. It was like a divinity descending into the world, mysterious and unfathomable. Heavens, a humanoid lightning. Why does it even have a weapon? It's formed from lightning. Everyone's expressions changed, unable to understand. The humanoid lightning was as white as jade, incomparably holy. As for that divine cauldron, it was scarlet in color, as though it was forged from phoenix blood gold, a sacred object exclusive to ancient emperors. It was resplendent and dazzling. White lightning as a body and scarlet lightning as a cauldron. Is this King heavenly creation? I don't believe it. Pang Bo shouted. All of this was unimaginable, exceeding everyone's understanding. It was simply unimaginable. Did the ancient heaven really exist before the primordial era? Or could it be that there was a divinity controlling it? Could it be that it existed in a different form? Yi Fan took out the myriad chi cauldron and used it to resist. At the same time, it also interweaved the laws of the great Tao so that it could undergo the tribulation. Boom! It was no different from a real person fighting. It was like the eternal sacred cauldron forged from phoenix blood gold. It had boundless power and could actually use the laws of the great Tao. That humanoid lightning could also use holy power. This. Even Yi Fan was shocked. How could it be like this? He was incomparably shocked. This was a terrifying confrontation. On the surface, Yi Fan was resisting the heavenly punishment, but in reality, he was experiencing a life and death battle. The opponent's strength was very strange. It was always the same as him, evenly matched. Thus, it was especially bitter. Fight, use this as a sacrifice to my sacred cauldron. Yi Fan vaguely sensed something, but he still pressed forward. He used the myriad chi cauldron to resist, fighting the humanoid lightning and bombarding the divine cauldron. After an unknown amount of time, another humanoid lightning flew down from the ancient heaven. Above its head, there was an ancient mirror floating up and down, condensing into nothingness. It's very similar to our family's void mirror. What's going on? Jizue's cute big eyes were wide open. Yi Fan muttered in the center of the battle. How could the ancient heaven and the thunder sea have such strange humanoid lightning? Even the weapons were so realistic, and they could use the laws of the great Tao. In the end, he fought for half a day. His body was full of injuries, and he almost died. He fought with 2 humanoid lightning continuously. It was incomparably bitter. That sacred cauldron forged from phoenix blood gold, why is it so similar to the eternal universe furnace? That ancient mirror is very similar to the void mirror. Why is it like this? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The ancient heaven and the thunder sea is so terrifying. What secret is inside? He fought while bathed in blood. He rushed up and looked at the ancient heaven. He wanted to see what was inside. Chapter 661. Before Yi Fan even got close to the ancient heaven, he already felt a kind of divine energy that could destroy one's soul. It was indescribable, and it was a fluctuation that reached straight to the source of one's being. It seems that I will have to endure the heavenly tribulation in the future. In the future, the entire celestial court might fall. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't approach rashly. Now, 2 humanoid lightnings already made him tired. He fought without stopping, and his whole body was stained with blood. There were several times when he was almost killed. Strangely enough, the humanoid lightnings were very strange. One of them had similar strength to him, and they were evenly matched. The other 2 were the same. They didn't surpass him, but they weren't weaker than him either. They maintained a kind of balance. Boom! Finally, the 3rd humanoid lightning appeared. It was a humanoid creature with a huge dragon hovering above its head. It shook its head and tail, and its attack power was unparalleled. Then, it turned into a divine lamp, illuminating the starry sky and collapsing the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying, and it attacked downwards, splitting the rivers and mountains. I don't recognize this divine lamp, and I've never seen it before. Finally, a different kind of weapon has appeared, and it isn't the weapon of the ancient emperors. Yi Fan did his best to resist, and he was bathed in blood. He moved unhindered in the sea of lightning and fought against the 3 humanoid lightnings. They were no different from human cultivators, and they could activate the great Tao and use the laws. This was a life and death battle, and there was no room for carelessness. One wrong step could ruin their whole life, and they would immediately die here. Their strength is similar to mine, and they don't surpass me. Is this the result of the great Tao? Yi Fan was bewildered. In the end, this battle lasted for a day and a night. Yi Fan's myriad energy cauldron was almost pierced through, and his body was heavily injured. In the sea of lightning, many ancient buildings floated up and down. In the end, Yi Fan couldn't see what was going on. He was only able to get a little closer, and then he was stopped. Boom! With a final loud sound, the lightning that filled the sky disappeared, and the endless storm dispersed. The world became clear again. Yi Fan's joints moved, and his body was like divine gold, shining with extraordinary splendor. At the same time, the myriad energy cauldron trembled unceasingly. The runes on it interweaved like dragons, giving it life. Everything had ended. Although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it didn't descend completely. It only buried Yi Fan, and didn't touch the immortal vein below. Boom! After who knew how much time had passed, Yi Fan erupted with a streak of light that pierced through the heavens and earth. His entire body was clear and flawless, completely recovering to his peak state. Everything has passed. The yin-yang death curse was destroyed and Yi Fan's strength soared to the next level, entering the immortal foundation realm. Every single move of his was filled with boundless energy that would never dry up. He stood in the air, and Yi Fan stood in the air. His eyes, and Yi Fan of the cauldron. Of his Yi Fan's heavens. Of Triboth cauldron. A chi was like abyss opened. Of world of. Of world, and the heavens. A heaved. From afar, a loud cry rang out. A man was flung over, forcibly restrained. Everyone was shocked. That was a half-step expert, yet he was actually restrained. He just entered the Immortal Foundation's secret realm and he can already fight against supreme existences? Many people were shocked. Little thief ye, go to hell. The man who was restrained roared with unwillingness. He spat out a waterfall that was refined from the sun true water. The great river surged, extremely hot, so hot that the immortal vein was about to turn into ashes. Every splash of water was like a sun. This was a secret treasure of the sect, even holy lords would feel their hearts stirring when they saw it. He was a half-step expert from the Yin-Yang sect. After his defeat, he didn't retreat. He was like many spectators, and didn't know that Yi Fan had a divine eye, and had long seen through his true body. Pooh! The great cauldron spun, sucking in the sun true water. At the same time, it descended, formless, omnipresent, and landed on his body. This supreme existence coughed out blood and was instantly severed into two. After that, his body instantly disintegrated, evaporating into nothingness. Not even a bone was left behind. Yi Fan just entered the Immortal Foundation realm and he could already fight against half-step experts. He didn't use any of his origin arts, nor did he toss out any divine origin blocks. He only relied on his own combat prowess. 8 Forbidden Domain. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air as they realized a very serious problem. Each level of Immortal Foundation could be divided into 9 levels. Yi Fan just arrived at this secret realm and yet he could already fight against characters at the peak of the first level. In other words, they were all half-step supreme existences. In truth, there were some living fossils who felt that Yi Fan was even stronger than they imagined. Because, they could sense how terrifying his divine sense was. His divine sense is strong enough, and first-level Immortal Foundation cultivators mainly cultivate their divine sense. In that case, he might have a qualitative leap in strength soon. When they thought of this question, many people shuddered. Yi Fan's advancement speed might be extremely fast, and he might even break through soon. Who would be able to stop him in the future? In the Immortal Foundation realm, the first layer was used to temper one's powerful divine sense, like sharpening one's blade. Only after entering the second layer would one be able to unlock other treasures in one's body, unlocking boundless combat prowess. He's only at the first level of Immortal Foundation, it's hard to determine his combat prowess. Only after he grasps an ancient scripture would his combat prowess be revealed. And you also acted 49 days ago, right? Yi Fan's divine eyes were like lightning as he stared in another direction. From afar, a loud cry rang out. Another supreme existence was forcibly captured. This person was extremely powerful. He took out a white bone banner and waved it ferociously, causing 10,000 swords to slash wildly. Clang! Yi Fan tapped out with his finger as a beam of golden light shot out, shattering the 10,000 swords. After that, a gigantic golden palm pressed down, shattering the white bone banner. The hearts of everyone in the surroundings trembled. The 8-limit domain was truly terrifying, rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan was already so powerful when he just ascended to Immortal Foundation. After he touched upon the 8-limit domain, he was basically invincible at the first level of Immortal Foundation. Kill. This half-step supreme existence didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He spat out a golden skull. At the start, it was only an inch tall, but after that, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a golden skeletal furnace. Saint Lord ranked weapon, able to manifest the laws of the Great Tao. Yi Fan wasn't moved. The myriad source chi cauldron flipped and flew out, smashing into the furnace with a bang, instantly shattering the golden skull. This cauldron has already been upgraded to a Saint Lord ranked weapon. After experiencing heavenly tribulations, it has already manifested its own Tao marks. Everyone was shocked. Right now, this cauldron was the same as Yi Fan, starting to mature. The material it was made from was extremely precious and rare. Once it manifested Tao marks, it would be extremely terrifying. The myriad source chi cauldron is truly compatible with the saint physique. Someone sighed. Chi. The ancient cauldron trembled lightly. That half-step supreme existence instantly shattered inch by inch, transforming into nothingness. He died just like that. A powerful saint physique, displaying such combat prowess the moment he stepped into the immortal foundation realm. This caused a commotion in all directions. Many major powers sent people over, all of them were shocked. Now, it's a little too late to suppress the saint physique. If we want to eliminate him, we have to pay an extremely great price. That might not be the case. A weapon of an ancient sage that isn't damaged by the saint physique, if we want to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he soars into the heavens or burrows into the earth. Naturally, people could only discuss in private. If they wanted to kill Yi Fan, there were many experts with great combat prowess. But the crux of the matter was whether they could stop him or not. How can it be so easy? He has an origin art that allows him to transform without a trace. Now that he has appeared, he is in the unique warrior manner and can't act recklessly. You guys are truly audacious. Yi Fan coldly laughed. He saw some people from the enemy powers that weren't at the half-step supreme existence realm hiding in the darkness. Chi, Yi Fan attacked continuously. Flowers of blood bloomed one after another. In the blink of an eye, tens of people died. What? Did he cultivate the heavenly eye? Why can't he hide? The remaining enemies all ran away. However, there were still many people here. During this month, many major powers had received the news and rushed over. There was no need to mention the elites of the unique warrior manor, they had been paying attention to this. A few supreme existences from the Ji clan were here, holding the scarlet blood divine lamp. It was a damaged weapon left behind by an ancient saint, intimidating many people. The unique warrior manor was even more unfathomable. No one was willing to provoke them, they didn't want to cause trouble here. In the distance, Princess Moon's spirit's heart trembled. The Jiuli divine dynasty had robbed Yi Fan. In the future, things would most likely not be good. If the saint physique continued to develop at this speed, it would definitely be a huge pressure. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden, the God King physique of the Jiang clan, the experts from the southern mountains, the itinerant monks from the western desert, the kings of the central plains, and the others were all uneasy. At this moment, the younger generation all felt different. They all felt a huge pressure. Brat, pay your debts. The last person wasn't captured by Yi Fan. Instead, he approached Yi Fan of his own accord. Duanda charged forward with a black face and a broken bowl on his head. The victim had come. Yi Fan really couldn't attack. First, he was in the wrong. Second, he had half a monarch weapon. If they really fought, he would be unlucky. Daoist Duan, long time no see. How have you been? Unharmed my ass. You bastards, you even stole my underpants. Don't talk so much nonsense with me. My 9 divine weapons, my longevity lock, my 18 divine pearls, my celestial demon lamp. Spit them all out. In the distance, everyone spluttered. Dongfang Yi wanted to slip away. He didn't let go of any hairpins, socks, or shoes. Naturally, he was the one who had done it. But he had stripped Duanda naked. Yi Fan had a headache. Fatty Duan was very difficult to deal with. Did he really have to fight? It was impossible to hope that he would hand over the 9 divine weapons. That fatty was also robbed. Serves him right. In the distance, Ji Ziyue was fuming. Ji Clan's Almighty was also grinding his teeth. Fatty Duan had visited their cemetery and robbed an ancient invincible divine king's tomb. They didn't catch him at that time. Return my weapons. Duanda clenched his teeth. Every weapon he mentioned was a monarch divine weapon. They were all famous and had left endless fame in this land. The world knew about them. Monarch divine weapons, where did he come from? He had collected all of them before? Everyone was shocked. They weren't unfamiliar with this fatty, but they couldn't figure him out. Brother Duan, don't be angry. Back then, you were fat and we felt like old friends at first sight. Have you forgotten? So many spiritual weapons flew out from the tomb and I gave them all to you. I didn't even say no. Now, I'm short of money and want to borrow a few weapons from you, but you're acting like this. You're really not loyal, Yi Fan said. Speaking of the past, Fatty Duan's heart ached. Thinking of losing the green copper, he said with a pained heart, let's not talk anymore. Give me a piece of old copper and we'll be friends. No problem. Yi Fan stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, Brother Duan, you saw it too. I'm in trouble. Many people want to kill me. Lend me the heaven-devouring evil jar for half a year. I heard you have a few ancient scriptures. Can you lend them to me for 2 years? One used his divine physique to suppress the other, and the other used the heaven-devouring evil jar to intimidate him. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and haggled as they walked toward the depths of Chishire Manor. Fatty Duan, why do you want the heaven origin immortal formation? Damn it, and you want me to carve 100 of them at once. Do you think you're drinking cold water? 100 of them? Just move your finger and you'll have them. You must feel good robbing me of my imperial divine weapons, right? Why don't I rob you? Damn you, Duanda, one heaven resentment immortal formation needs 1,000,000 runes and 4 pieces of divine source the size of a human head. Why don't you go rob someone? Open the treasury of a holy land and see if there's that much. Kid, aren't you the Yuan Taoist master? Go to the northern region and you'll have everything you need. How about this, carve 50 of them for me. Fatty Duan, go to hell. One heaven resentment immortal formation is worth 1,000,000 kilograms of pure divine source. You won't find that much divine source even if you dig up a great emperor's tomb. I'm not asking you to give it to me now. Can you carve 8 or 10 of them for me first? Ever since Fatty Duan saw Ouyang Ye's heaven origin immortal formation, he couldn't forget it. Later, when he learned that Yi Fan had killed a mighty with it, he became even more tempted. Why do you need so many divine origin immortal formations for no reason? Yi Fan didn't understand. North Arch, aren't you plotting against the ancient sovereign mountain? You want to take out the Wushi Bell. How can I be left out of this? I want to see Great Emperor Wushi. King Duanda, damn bastard Ziteng, damn it, kid, why are you scolding me? Just scold the North Arch. Come with me to the ancient sovereign mountain. Yi Fan couldn't stop thinking. The North Arch really dared to make a move on the Purple Mountain. Back then, he couldn't even open the arch weapon. Could he? If I don't go, I'll just be courting death. I don't want to die for no reason. Kid, don't regret it. The North Arch has convinced some primordial imperial clans. They might be able to enter the Purple Mountain. At that time, they might even be able to carry Great Emperor Wushi's corpse out. Do you have any other news? Yi Fan asked. There's too much news. This month, the Eastern Barren Territory hasn't been peaceful. Many things have happened. Fatty Duan patted his shoulder and said, come with me. With your original skill and my divine skill, we'll be invincible. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yi Fan shook his head. You have to know that my imperial divine weapons are priceless. No one can afford them. You robbed them all at once. Tell me, how are we going to settle this? Go and help me pay for it. Go to hell. Why didn't you say what happened to them when you stole my spiritual weapon? I used them as a sacrifice to control the sky-devouring demon jar. Don't count on it. Then we're even. You're so indifferent. Even that dog from the Eastern Barren Territory went crazy. Aren't you moved? Duanda said. CKU. How can I compare? Tell me what happened. That dog from the Eastern Barren Territory is too strange. It killed a few powerful people and almost crippled Wang Teng. It's the same kind of dog as you. Don't you want to see that annoying dog? Chapter 662. The major forces retreated. Many people's hearts were heavy after seeing Yi Fan's bravery during the tribulation. His saint body had already grown to such a level. Could they still kill him? At this moment, Duanda and Yi Fan were still chattering. They didn't want to give in to each other. They sat on a beautiful mountain peak and glared at each other. Fatty Duan, don't force me. If you piss me off, the northern region will be my world. I'll use my original technique to send you to the origin ancient mine. Do you think I'm scared? If I'm not happy, I'll use the sky-devouring evil jar to suppress you and throw you into the southern gate of the divine ruins. Don't ever think about coming out. Duanda insisted. Yi Fan owed him 100 origin divine formations. He wanted him to carve 8 of them right now. Otherwise, he'd have to compensate him with several imperial divine weapons. Duanda, you sneaked into the Ji clan's cemetery and opened the ancient tomb of the ancient invincible divine king. How are you going to settle this? An expert of the Ji clan arrived with a dark face. Don't cause trouble for me. Fighting is forbidden in the Chishire mansion. Moreover, I didn't even find a single strand of hair in that tomb, so I was stained with bad luck and was chased by you for hundreds of thousands of miles. Duanda said plausibly. This is an insult to the Ji clan. You won't be able to leave the Chishire mansion. If you dare to show yourself, I'll kill you immediately. The expert threatened. Duanda. Wu Zhongtian shouted. He descended from the sky, followed by Li Heishui and the others. Who are you? I don't know you. Duanda felt guilty. You dug up my family's tomb. This isn't over yet. Wu Zhongtian's expression was ugly. His grandfather Wu Dao had chased Duanda for thousands of miles, but he still managed to escape. Let's talk. Don't shout. Duanda lifted his butt and wanted to run. Priest Duan, where's the sky demon lamp? Yao Yuekong flew over with an unfriendly expression. The cemetery of the sky demon palace had also been dug up. I picked up that magic lamp. Besides, those 3 bastards robbed it. Go and settle the score with them. Duanda wanted to slip away, but he found that more and more people were looking for them. Whoosh! A silhouette materialized out of thin air, and a handsome man blocked his way. It was the Middle Emperor Xiang Yufei. His expression was calm, and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. He said, "You should return the longevity lock to me." In the distance, everyone felt dizzy. Duanda really dared to rob just about anyone. As soon as he showed himself, a group of victims came knocking on his door, and even Central Emperor was included. That's your cenotaph. Your real body was taken away 9,000 years ago. I did pick up a lock, but it was also robbed. Don't ask me for it. Daoist Duan, you went in and out of the Fei God Yin tomb 9 times. What did you steal? Did you see the supreme treasure, the ancient desolate tower? A flawless girl appeared. Yen Ryu had come looking for him. Stop putting labels on me. Not to mention the ancient desolate tower, I did not even enter the main entrance of the Yin grave. It has nothing to do with me. Duan Dijin said anxiously. He saw Yi Fan jump out in a moment of anger, but he did not expect so many creditors to jump out in such a short time. He felt guilty. Daoist Duan, it's fine that you robbed the eastern desolate tomb, but you came to my central prefecture to wreak havoc. The 9 divine weapons have been buried underground for 15,000 years, and you even dug them out. The Emergence King Su Zishuan appeared. That Emergence King has nothing to do with you. You are not related by blood. Don't put all your bad debts on me. Those 18 pearls should have something to do with us, right? On the other side, a young king from the central prefecture walked over with an unfriendly expression. Duanda's scalp went numb. He felt that he jumped out at the wrong time. He was blocked by a group of victims and had nothing to say. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Brother Duan, you have done too many immoral things. You are not satisfied with the heaven-devouring demon jar, and you go around robbing ancient tombs. You are too unscrupulous. If I want to control the Emperor weapon, I need to nurture the weapon spirit. No matter how many weapons I have, it will not be enough for me. Duanda, you are too evil. You entered my Ji clan's cemetery and even want to find the Void Emperor's tomb. Ji Ziyue complained. On the side, Ji Haoyue, who had the divine king physique, had an unfriendly expression. His eyes were very sharp as he stared at him. Damn, I was wondering why there were so many people looking for trouble with me. So it's because of those two bastards. Duanda stared at the two people in the distance. One was Pang Bo, and the other was barbarian Dongfang Yi. They were doing their best to attract people and spread the story of the tomb robbers. You two, one robbed me, and the other is using my 9 divine weapons. Why haven't you died yet? Fatty Duan took advantage of the situation and shouted loudly. He then rushed over and disappeared like a wisp of smoke, escaping without a trace. Pang Bo and Barbarian looked at each other and smiled. This was indeed the idea they thought of to solve the problem for Yifan. Otherwise, Fatty Duan would not be easy to deal with. If you have the guts, then stay in the unique scholar manor for the rest of your life. If you dare to leave, I will skin you alive. A powerhouse from the Ji clan said and turned to leave. Yifan stayed in the unique scholar manor for another half a month. He entered their ancient book vault and carefully searched, but he couldn't find even the slightest bit of the first 9 great completion saint physiques. I have been tricked. He wanted to find the Vice Master Lin Daochen and ask him about it. In the end, he was told that he was in seclusion and might be hiding in some corner. Who knows, he might not move for another 10 years. During the ancient years, there really were a few saint physiques that came here, but they have already left along the starry sky ancient path. A powerhouse said. Where does it lead to? Yifan asked. In the end, there was no answer. This was the highest secret of the unique scholar manor. Several days later, Yifan left. He waved to everyone and said, "Don't worry, we will meet again very soon. I have some problems to solve and will be back soon. Little Yi, you have to take care." Ji Ziyue reminded. Yi, wait until I finish eating that coffin and enter the secret realm. I will immediately find you. Pang Bo was resolute. The group was speechless. Today, there will be a great war in the eastern wasteland. The unique scholar manor might send us there to train. Maybe we can fight shoulder to shoulder. Dongfang Yi said. When you see that damned dog, quickly ask it to find Tu Fei. He has been missing for several years. Li Heishui and the others couldn't let it go. At the same time, they told Yifan that they would most likely participate in the war in the eastern wasteland. Even if you really want to train, don't act rashly. This time, it might involve the immemorial imperial family. It's useless for the Saint Lords to go. Moreover, I'm not going to the eastern wasteland. Yifan warned them. Finally, the teleportation formation was activated. Yifan was about to disappear and cross the void. Brat, have you thought it through? Do you want to go to the eastern wasteland? I will wait for you at the ancient Emperor Mountain. We will fight the eastern wasteland together and meet the immemorial king. Take out the Wuxia bell. Duanda shouted from afar. However, Yifan couldn't hear it. His figure became indistinct, thus disappearing. Grave robber, you dare to show up? A group of people shouted. Duanda didn't have a temper. He disappeared quickly and didn't dare to linger. However, before he left, he shouted, anyone want to go to the eastern wasteland to fight the immemorial king? Anyone want to dig the great Emperor Wuxia's grave? Anyone want to catch the immortal phoenix herb? Let's form a team. After an unknown time, Yifan walked out of the territory gate and arrived at the southern part of the center prefecture. This place was full of life and lush greenery. He didn't go to the eastern wasteland because he knew it was hard to open the ancient Emperor Mountain. Previously, the eastern wasteland and the center prefecture had used many sovereign weapons to open it, but they couldn't. Shi Yan didn't believe that the North King had that much power. If the immemorial king awakens, he might really be able to open it. That is their ancient Emperor Mountain, and there are also ancient kings in the Purple Mountain. If they work with the outside world, Yifan thought of this possibility and felt uneasy. The undying heavenly emperor, the ancient emperor token, a divine egg, the Wuxia Sutra, the Wuxia bell, the immortal phoenix herb, the great Emperor Wusher's corporeal body, many divine items had appeared there, and there were still many left. I haven't seen the Black Emperor for a long time. I wonder how many people this damned dog has harmed. His greedy nature hasn't diminished at all. I really don't know how he dealt with North Kingtang. Yi Fan's mind was filled with thoughts as he thought of the past events in the Eastern Barren Land. I wonder how little Nan Nan is doing. Has she grown up? What is the origin of the so-called divine infant? He felt that after settling the matters here, it was time to go back to the Eastern Wasteland to take a look. It had been a long time. There was an ancient city in front of a boundless land. Looking from afar, it was filled with auspicious energy and colorful lights. It was incomparably sacred and auspicious. This was the pure land of the Yin Yang school. Many of the great sects in the Central Plains were like this. They built cities and nurtured draconic energy. After more than 200,000 years, it had long since become a divine land. The majestic city walls were like a black steel wall that stretched on endlessly. It was filled with power, and the majesty of the ancient city had the power to break through the clouds. I, Yi Fan, am here. Yi Fan strode over and gazed at the Yin Yang god city in the distance. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Every time, it's you people who come to provoke me. Today, I've broken into the city." Of course, he wasn't attacking the city from the front. The Yin Yang school was one of the great sects in the Central Plains. They had many experts and looked down on the Central Plains. They also had the Yin Yang ancient mirror as their foundation, so no one dared to offend them. If one Yin Yang school leader died, there would definitely be a second, a third, a fourth. It was not a big deal for such a great sect to lose an old leader. Their foundation was very solid. Unless they had the human race's emperor weapon, they could not be shaken. He had already seen the power of an incomplete saint weapon. Killing a divine lord was as easy as killing an ant. If the real Yin Yang ancient mirror appeared, there was no way to stop it. The person who had the mirror was invincible in the past. The Central Plains is a land of great heroes. Since ancient times, there have been many ancestral roots that have nurtured draconic energy. They have created divine lands one after another, but they have also given me a chance. Yi Fan circled around the Yin Yang god city for 3 days. He measured the terrain and prepared to use the draconic energy to fight against this ancient sect. He thought hard and dug out a shocking dragon cave in the north, south, east, and west. Then, he carved countless runes in them, pushing his Genesis technique to its limit. Anyone who kills Yi Fan will be rewarded with an Emperor Divine weapon. Anyone who kills Yi Fan will be rewarded with 5 million kilograms of Genesis Chi. A sky-high reward. Anyone who kills Saint Physique will be rewarded with a jar of dragon marrow. In the past half a month, the Central Plains was in an uproar. The death of the Yin Yang school leader had caused a huge uproar. Many great powers were shaken and the sect had issued a sky-high reward. And that was why Yi Fan had come. The Yin Yang school would not rest until he was dead, so there was no need for him to be polite. Anyone who can take the head of the Yi family's little brat will be rewarded with an ancient saint's comprehension. Anyone who can kill Saint Physique can come to the Yin Yang school and listen to the heavenly voice of the Great Path for 10 years. The Yin Yang school's voice shook the world. The conditions they offered made many people jealous. Naturally, those who were not afraid of death moved out. Many powerful rogue cultivators started to look for Yi Fan. In the past few days, the people of the Central Plains were all hooked up. Everyone was tempted. The comprehension of the ancient saint and the heavenly voice of the Yin Yang divine ancestor made many divine lords unable to sit still. These conditions were too generous. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted. The Yin Yang school was determined to get rid of Saint Physique and shouted to all of the experts in the Central Plains. This was a huge earthquake. A storm was about to arrive. Experts from all walks of life moved out and almost turned the Central Plains upside down. They were all looking for Yi Fan. It was to the extent where many people knew that Yi Fan had left the unique scholar manor, but they still rushed in. They wanted to find clues and exchange them for a great Tao fruit. This was a huge storm that engulfed the Central Plains. No one thought that the Yin-Yang school would be willing to pay such a price to get rid of Saint Physique. The Yin-Yang school feels the pressure and is afraid. They are worried that Saint Physique will mature. That's right. Once Yifan passes the trial of the Divine Lord, it will be a disaster for the Yin-Yang school. They won't dare to let him prove his Tao. Everyone was discussing this. During these few days, the entire Central Plains was shaken. A cold smile hung on the corners of Yifan's lips. Since you want to fight me to the death and issue this kind of killing order to deal with me, then I will accompany you to the end. No one expected that he would take the risk in such a dangerous situation. He arrived outside the Yin-Yang God city alone. No one knew that he was going to pierce through the heavens. Yifan was extremely patient. He spent half a month of time painstakingly studying the layout. Endless symbols were engraved into the great earth as he laid down an exceptional heavenly origin divine formation. This formation was many times more brilliant than Ouyang Ye's. It was extremely large and trapped the entire ancient city within. It borrowed the power of the mountains and rivers as well as the power of the stars to ignite the ancient draconic energy. Apart from the 4 main dragon caves in the north, south, east, and west, Yifan dug up another 81 underground dragon veins. He completely changed this land and turned it into his main battlefield. However, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Back then, there were unmatched experts who took action here. When they chose to construct this formation, they had long made preparations and anticipated all types of dangers. Even so, I will make you all suffer the consequences. A few days later, the Yin-Yang school issued many shocking bounties, encouraging the world to kill the Saint Physique fan at all costs. Whoever can provide the whereabouts of this child will also receive a sky-high reward. Whoever kills this little thief can enter the Yin-Yang ancient mirror to comprehend the Tao for 100 years. Whoever kills this evil creature can obtain a shocking divine treasury. Yin-Yang school, I am here. All of you, get out here and accept your death. On this day, a loud roar resounded throughout the Yin-Yang God city. No one expected Yifan to slaughter his way into their divine land alone. When he got close, the entire central continent's people were looking for him, yet he took the initiative to attack them. Chapter 663. A boundless giant city stretched out for over 100 li. The city walls were tall and imposing, as if a mountain ridge stretched out before them. It flickered with a deep and cold metallic luster. It was filled with a condensed feeling of power, as if it was an ancient divine city forged from black gold. It was grand and majestic, giving off a suffocating pressure. It was filled with the imprints of ancient times. Meanwhile, in front of this enormous city, there was only a single figure. Facing this vast city alone, he seemed extremely insignificant, forming a stark contrast. A single person challenged a divine city, facing a great sect that had existed for more than 200,000 years. This required tremendous courage. Yifan's expression remained calm as he faced this undying inheritance that was as common as clouds. A cool breeze blew past, his green clothes fluttering about. He was extremely calm. Evil Yi, you actually dare to attack my Yin-Yang sect's main city alone? Are you tired of living, or do you not know the difference between life and death? A group of people stood on the imposing city gate. They all found it a bit hard to believe that a single person dared to come here alone, facing a great sect that had existed for thousands of years. If you can't accept it, then come out and accept your death. Yifan stood with his head held high, facing a Yin-Yang sect disciple just like this. Who will go out and kill this little evil creature for me? A middle-aged man whose status wasn't low shouted. A single person attacking a great sect was not only a type of strange news, but even more so a type of humiliation. If news of today's events got out, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. It would damage the Yin-Yang sect's prestige. A young cultivator dared to break through the city alone. How could they endure this? Lay down formation patterns, don't let him escape. I will go kill him. A 30-something-year-old male leapt off the city, throwing himself over murderously like a great peng. Zheng, 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 the jet-black iron feathers were terrifying as they shot out like a rain of light. They emitted metallic vibrations as they filled the sky with clanking noises. 9-step fatal blow, iron tail divine feathers, unstoppable. They were refined from the divine wings of the Black Yuan after it passed away in meditation. Even powerful beings can be pierced through. In the back, an elder nodded inwardly. Crack, 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 Yi Fan took action, turning into a streak of flowing light. A golden figure rushed past, and large amounts of black divine feathers shattered. Sounds rang out continuously. He grabbed a main feather with a single hand and flung it out. A streak of dark light pierced through the void, traversing through space. Then, with a pu sound, bloody light flickered, piercing through the space between the newcomer's brows, killing him on the spot. How could this be? How could he have such a formidable combat strength? Could his strength be comparable to a holy lord? Everyone on the city wall felt their hearts skip a beat. Something's not right. With his current strength, he can fight against half-step almighty beings, but he definitely can't fight against sect master level figures. He borrowed the draconic energy under Yin Yang God City. Someone discovered this fact. In that instant, an elder gave the order to operate the divine city's formation patterns and transfer the draconic energy, preventing it from being used by the outside world. Little thief Yi, hand over your life. At this moment, 6 middle-aged men walked out in a line. All of them were at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation and were all half-step supreme existences. Now, Yi Fan's fame grew by the day. Even the supreme experts from the previous generation didn't dare to face him alone. The 6 of them came out together and joined forces to deal with the enemy. Go and report to the sect master and the doyens. Little vile creature Yi Fan is here. We will act first to kill him. One of them spoke. The 6 experts arrived outside the city. Do you think you can deal with me with just the 6 of you? Yi Fan laughed coldly as he walked forward. Mystic Heaven Slash. One of them shouted and spat out a beam of light. It was like a silver river descending from the sky, slashing towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan didn't care. He stretched out his right hand and flicked with force. With a ding sound, the blade of light shattered and flew out in all directions. Undying Devil Wave. On the other side, a person shook a large bell. The devilish sound was like the tides, surging over, deafening to the ears. It was like a magnificent army galloping. Duo. Yi Fan lightly shouted. After that, he lifted his hand and shot out a finger imprint that was like a golden bolt of lightning flying towards the large bell. Yin Yang Divine Swords. With a loud shout, a pair of Yin Yang swords intertwined like dragons and phoenixes. They turned into 2 streaks of light as they slaughtered over. The sword energy split apart the earth and opened up a giant valley. All of this is useless. Yi Fan flicked his finger. 2 streaks of spiritual light flew out and collided with the Yin Yang divine swords. Innate 5-element centipede rope. On the other side, a half-step expert shouted. A divine rope that was scarlet red like blood flew over like a giant centipede. It was over 1,000 feet long and breathed out multicolored mist as it wrapped around Yi Fan. Ga Bang. Yi Fan formed an imprint with one hand. The sky-overturning imprint pressed down like an immortal mountain, smashing the 1,000 feet long scarlet centipede inch by inch. The 6 experts attacked together. They were all half-step experts, but Yi Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained. He held the absolute advantage and destroyed their weapons from time to time. The ground was sparkling. There were pieces of divine iron and broken jade everywhere. They were all magical treasures that had been destroyed. The 6 experts couldn't defeat Yi Fan's people. This was true combat strength. Not so long ago, when he was still a small cultivator, he was constantly being hunted down. Now, he could fight 6 half-step experts alone. The difference was like heaven and earth. His combat strength soared. Ants and giant dragons didn't cross paths. It was difficult for dandelion seeds and colorful clouds in the sky to meet. They lived in different worlds and never knew each other. Different times, different paths, different people. When he stopped again, he had already reached this step. His name shook the central plains and he could fight against the most powerful cultivators. 6 directions killing formation. The 6 half-step experts suddenly shouted. The broken weapons all turned into light and rose from the ground. They wanted to trap and kill Yi Fan and kill him. Streak after streak of divine light rushed up, forming a giant 6-pointed star formation. Yi Fan was locked in the center as all types of killing light shot out. Little evil creature Yi, do you think we came to throw our lives away? We came for your life. Today, we are going to refine you to death. Thing that doesn't know life from death, is Yin Yang sect a place you can barge into? You actually dare to attack the city alone? You are purely courting death. The 6 great experts stood on one side, standing on the 6 corners of the 6-pointed star formation. Their eyes were all malicious and cold as they smiled. Younger generation, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can an ant-like existence like you touch an undying inheritance? I'll refine your soul in a bit. It's too early for you all to be happy. All of you, die for me. Yi Fan released a great roar. The earth beneath his feet completely collapsed. Over 10,000 streaks of draconic energy rushed up, instantly drowning out the 6 directions killing formation. The ancient star was destroyed. What is going on? The divine city's formation patterns are activated, so why is there still draconic energy leaking out? How can he still borrow it? Many people on the Yin Yang city tower were alarmed. Retreat! An elder shouted. However, it was already too late. Over 10,000 streaks of draconic energy rushed into the heavens like 10,000 swords, shattering the ancient formation. Pooh! One of them was pierced through on the spot. Blood splashed outwards, his entire body flying outwards. In the end, he was swept through by another expanse of sword energy, turning into meat paste on the spot. Ah, another person cried out loudly. He operated a magical treasure, becoming one with his body, throwing himself at Yi Fan, fast as lightning. Pung! However, Yi Fan was even faster. He took a step out, the travel symbol art operating, arriving first even though he moved later. The human king imprint struck out, shattering the ancient weapon, his body flying out while covered in blood. Pooh! Yi Fan followed up, trampling down with a foot, stepping on his chest and landing on the ground. He was trampled to death on the spot, no longer breathing. The other 4's expressions changed, all of them flying backwards. However, they couldn't break through the draconic energy's obstruction, all of them stopped. Yi Fan brandished out boldly, slaughtering his way over. Chi! A streak of snow-white blade radiance rushed out. He hacked one of them in half. Hong! Yi Fan was valiant. A golden fist smashed out, blasting the other party's magical treasure and flesh into a bloody mist, smashing everything until nothing was left. Ah, another person cried out miserably, his head twisted off by Yi Fan barehandedly. Blood splashed 3 meters into the air. He was unwilling, but he couldn't change reality, his divine will scattering. Yi Fan's hands moved about, as if he was guiding a starry sky. Endless symbols flickered, covering the sky, completely erasing the other person's 9 divine weapons. Pung! He pressed down on the void, leaving behind a clear imprint. That person in the distance coughed out a large mouthful of blood, his body breaking apart into pieces, and then exploding, completely dying. In this underground battlefield where draconic energy rushed into the heavens, 6 great experts died in the blink of an eye, not a single one left. It was difficult for them to contend against Yi Fan's valiant attack. The city immediately became deathly silent. This type of method could be compared to a holy lord, not many people able to do this. Suddenly, there was great chaos. The top experts in the city heard the news and rushed over. A large group of people slaughtered their way over, every single one of them surging with killing intent, most of them old and gray-haired. Old sect master died so miserably, turning his body into a death curse, forever falling into purgatory, yet he couldn't kill this little dog, hateful. Old sect master, I will get revenge for you. A valiant male was the first to fly out, roaring loudly. He rushed murderously at Yifan, the divine sword in his hands hacking down. Hong! Yifan used his hand to slash out, and then an expanse of blazing radiance flew out, colliding with that person's heavenly sword. Sounds rang out continuously, making his heart jump. This was an ultra-powerful being. Who are you? I am Yin Yang sect's holy child from 500 years ago, now a respected elder. Hand over your life. This person shouted loudly, the divine sword in his hands arriving, the cold radiance of the sword illuminating several dozen li. Every 500 years, they would choose a new generation of holy child, and when the old sect master passed away, a successor would be chosen from the previous generations of holy children. Holy child from 500 years ago, no wonder he is so powerful. Yifan's heart jumped. Kill him. At this time, several more valiant males flew over, all of them revealing killing intent. They all rushed to take action, wishing to take Yifan's head, becoming even more powerful. Holy child from 1,000 years ago, holy child from 1,500 years ago, and even a holy daughter from 2,000 years ago. Their strength was terrifying, enough to be mentioned on the same level as the current most powerful holy lord. The main reason was because Wang Yangzhan had lived for too long, exceeding 3,000 years. The holy children below him could only wait, unable to ascend. Now, a senior elder had become a sect master, and they all wanted to use this opportunity to ascend to the position of vice sect master, hoping to succeed him in the future. The past holy child, now the current powerful senior elder, attacked Yifan together, and there were a few extremely terrifying old monsters that flew over, taking action ruthlessly. Even if Yifan could borrow the great Earth's draconic energy, possessing the strength to contend against a holy lord, there was no way he could fight so many people alone. That was purely courting death. It's time. He made his decision inwardly, drawing many experts over. He wanted to gather the power of a dragon cave, wipe out a group of experts, and break one of Yin Yang sect's legs. Hong. The heavenly origin divine formation that Yifan had carved was fully activated. Endless divine light rushed into the heavens, and tens of thousands of great dragons leapt out. Auspicious multicolored light covered the entire area, submerging this place. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that made people feel like their bodies were going to split apart appeared, surging towards Yifan. Within the divine city, a black and red ancient mirror was currently rising from the ground. The ancient saint's weapon, the true Yin Yang ancient mirror has appeared. Yifan's hair stood on end. He had seen this ancient mirror's replica before, and it could kill powerful beings as easily as crushing ants, let alone the real one. Damn it. He had long since made preparations, but he hadn't expected the Yin Yang sect to immediately use their sect-protecting treasure. One could well imagine how heavy their killing intent was, and they were determined not to give him the slightest chance. Break the city for me. Endless divine power burned, and the great dragons underground raised their heads, burying Yin Yang God's city. They all rushed into the sky, and this place was completely thrown into chaos. From the distance, it was like a sea of divine power, and nothing else could be seen. The underground dragon source surged out from the symbols that Yifan had carved, engulfing the world. An endless sea descended like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. This was a great calamity. Hong. The 4 sides of Yin Yang God's city's gates collapsed, and then the ancient city walls that were like mountain ridges collapsed like paper. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. This legendary divine land experienced a shocking calamity. Many ancient buildings collapsed, and it was simply impossible to control. Just one person against my Yin Yang sect, yet he destroyed our important land. This is a gargantuan humiliation. Even exterminating his 9 generations wouldn't be enough to wash away this humiliation. Many of the Yin Yang sect's old monsters roared, and they were close to going crazy. Hong. An ancient mirror rushed out from the great earth dragon vein, rising and falling in the void. It was as if it could freeze the endless heavens. Many of the Yin Yang sect's senior elders couldn't help but kneel down. Ancient holy weapon, please protect the foundation of my sex divine city. Ancient deity, awaken. Freeze this land. Yi Fan stood in the distance, not daring to get close. That ancient mirror was too terrifying, as if it could devour heaven and earth. Every strand of energy it released could crush supreme beings. It looked simple and unadorned. One side was black, while the other was red. It possessed an indescribable power, as if it could destroy anything. This is the legendary unrivaled ancient mirror. Back then, after their first ancestor refined it, he was unrivaled in the 5 regions. His name shook the past and present, and he had killed deities from outside this region. This was the enemy's sect-protecting treasure. The entire world knew about it, and no one dared to oppose it. Even though Yi Fan wanted to seize it, he could only shake his head at this moment. The ancient holy weapon swallowed the power of heaven and earth as if it had a life of its own. It quickly revived, stabilizing the surging underground draconic energy. It could freeze everything. This ancient weapon seized the natural luck of the heavens. There really is no way to deal with it, Hong. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Even though the ancient mirror had frozen the draconic energy, the terrifying power was still surging. The city was in ruins, and large areas collapsed. Little thief Yi, you won't have a good death. Many experts roared in anger. The losses this time were too great, and they wanted to smash their heads against the wall. A large area of Yin Yang God City collapsed. The news immediately spread, and the entire central continent was shaken. No one dared to believe it.